Sometimes we sit here quietly so that if somebody wants to come on, they don't feel like they're interrupting something. Not you, Mark. You get plenty of talking. I'm sitting here quietly waiting for people who don't talk to talk. I don't know what my mission is. That's kind of the problem. There are a bunch of you watching, and any one of you, other than Mark and Greg, can jump in. The link's there. I'm pretty sure the link is there. The link is there. Um, Somebody who's just lurking. You're welcome. It's not actually still going. There's a bunch of people watching. I took a break, did some homework for my class, and then I came back. And I am sitting around waiting to see if anybody wants to talk to me while listening to things online. There is a link if anybody wants to come up, but otherwise, you're just gonna sit there listening to silence. Hey, Fezzy. Yeah, I actually watched. It was pretty nice. I should be sticking around for a while. Yeah, the chat was pretty good, and actually earlier I had a chat where I played much of it, and I think it was Aaron who had a question about it. I Yeah, I discussed it. It was a very good chat. It was a very good chat. Um, Things seem to be coming around, and actually, I had a very interesting discussion at lunch today with Richard and somebody else I went to lunch with, who was yeah. Well, maybe I need to talk to you about that privately, um, because yeah, it was a very interesting discussion we had. Hey, Jeff. Hey, Ethan, you should come on. Um, Today, there's been a lot of streaming today. So, Father Eric streamed for 2 hours, and Hezi and then Mark streamed for like 4 hours, and then I've been streaming for 1 hour, but nobody's. Yeah, well, that was the point. That's actually the point. That is, in fact, the point, to chat everyone out. Um, where what's his name? Jordan Peterson said, so many people have never been listened to ever in their life. And I very much want to make sure everyone gets listened to, at least for a little bit. Well, not everybody's been chatted out. Mark's definitely not been chatted out. I told him he's not allowed on. There are people, uh, Mark and Mark and Greg. I've told both of them no. Mark's being better. Mark's actually getting much better at listening. I'm proud of him. He several times I've seen him be quiet and let other people speak when he would. It's obvious he would much rather speak himself. Go do some work, Mark. Go do some work. Ethan!
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I was just trying to like 20 minutes ago. I saw that you had a just chatting and you were playing the stream from earlier. I was looking at that, and then I was looking at the Father Eric stream, and then I refreshed and saw that you were streaming again, and lots of streaming. It's
I
exciting.
am very, very upset at you.
At me? Why?
You haven't you have been on my Discord for how long, and you have not posted a single song in the song channel. Like you're supposed to be some sort of music aficionado, and like
No.
you posted literally zero songs. What kind of a person are you?
Um I okay, well, fine. I'll start posting some music. It's a lot of it's going to be Christian.
That's
like
fine.
like J.S. Bach and stuff like that. So
People put literal actual like Christian rock in the music channel. So like if you're calling Bach Christian, you're just being silly.
Bach was very Christian.
In a sense, yeah, I guess he was. Ode to Joy is
Nope, that's
well,
Beethoven.
oh, that's culture. Oh, sorry. Yes. But yes, and Bach was also did.
It's,
Yes.
there's an interesting thing there with Ode to Joy. It's a very profoundly religious piece, but it's that was like when music really started been taken out of the the official religious context. So it was very idealistic. It was about humanity and brotherhood and enlightenment values, based off of a poem by um, I can't remember his name, but it was
Sounds
just
very Renaissance and modernist and Protestant to me.
well, Beethoven was a Catholic actually, but I think the only time he ever um, he never went to church though ever. Um,
Sounds
but
Catholic.
But ironically, he wrote a solemn mass that actually, most people don't know this. The solemn mass was written in as kind of like a partnership piece to that Ninth Symphony, Ode to Joy, and they go together and they complement each other. But
Really?
nobody listens to the solemn mass that he wrote, and it's like epic, and awesome.
Hmm.
Yeah. So I
I
mean, you
I
don't get
listen a lot to Mozart's Requiem Mass.
mhm.
That's one of my favorite pieces.
Yeah. Uh, that's a good piece. Um, yeah, the I mean, I guess we get to be critical of the humanistic idealism of the Ninth Symphony only because he did also write a solemn mass to go with it, so we can make fun of him for it.
Okay.
Um,
Do you play an instrument?
I used to, not anymore, sadly. I don't have no need to.
What do you mean
Um,
you have no need to?
well, you
Whoever
need people.
has a need to play an instrument?
Well, I mean, I play bass, and if I played piano, it would be a lot easier to do. But I play bass, and it's just like, what are you
Mhm.
going to do? Play bass by yourself?
Okay, this is the funny thing. Bass can refer to basically any instrument in the world. Like
hmm
bass guitar, bass violin, bass flute, bass clarinet, bass everything. I've and people use it that way. Like I had a friend who was a bass clarinet player, and people would ask her, "What do you play?" and she would say bass.
Yeah.
She was a
Well,
professional clarinet player, and people would ask her, "What do you play?" And she would say, "Bass."
yeah, I would be like, no, you don't play the bass. Sorry, bassist. We kind of own. I don't know. It's a weird thing, but yeah. I mean, formally, you call it. You people would call it the. There is actually isn't. I think the formal name for it is a violin bass. I think, um, but it's just known as bass. It's like bass. Sometimes double bass. If you say double bass, people know. Contrabass. That's another one. Violin bass is the that's the formal name for it. Like if you see it in scores, it'll say violin bass, but nobody calls it that.
Violin bass is the bass guitar.
No, no, the
Oh,
bass. I also
oh,
play the bass guitar too. So
oh. So when you said bass, you didn't mean bass guitar. You meant violin bass.
yeah, actually, I meant both because bass actually refers to both. It's really confusing. I know. I'm sorry.
That's hilarious. When you said bass, I just assumed it was the guitar.
Yeah, yeah. It's the definition is very very loose for that. So yeah. Thanks for pointing that out. By the way, it is kind of absurd.
It is very absurd. Every time I talk to some musician who says they play bass, they mean a different bass.
No, they're just being stupid. People don't when someone plays the like I've never heard someone saying I play the bass and they play a bass clarinet. Like I've always I don't know. they're just trolling when they say that, I would think. But my sister plays the bassoon, which is essentially the same. Well, I'm not sure what soon means, but I mean bass un. I'm not sure what the
So
etymology is of that, but
I don't know if you've talked much with Jason on my Discord server, but he was a professional bassoon player for a very long time, and he's one of
oh
my best.
really?
I was best man at his wedding. Yeah,
Really?
yeah. He's my
I'll
friend
talk to
for
him.
a good 30 years. Yeah.
Oh wow. I wonder if um hold on, let me look up something. Um
Is your sister a professional bassoon player?
yeah, I guess you could say so. She's not I mean kind of, not really. Just because she doesn't she could be if she wanted to. I'll put it that way. Um
He for a long time tried to just earn his living on that, and it became very difficult. And yeah, it was a whole thing when he gave it up, and he refused to play for many years when he gave it up, and he's only recently started playing again.
oh good. Um
Yeah.
you just type in there's a video out there with 2.1 million views of my sister playing bassoon. If you just type in if you type in I think let's see.
Well, put it in the music channel and tag Jason with it.
Um
I wonder if he knows her, because he basically he knows all the, well, he hasn't been in the bassoon world for like 10 years now.
she's playing a she's playing a bassoon concerto by some unknown composer that nobody's ever heard of. So
I am sure if it's a bassoon concerto, what's his name? Jason has heard of it.
the thing is like this was when she was studying, and when when you're studying a specific instrument, there's like a repertoire for that specific instrument. You know, the only people know about that play that instrument. Like there's a repertoire for double bassists, but the only people that know about them are double bassists. So like if you turn on the classical radio, it'll never be
Well,
played ever, and it will never be played in.
Jason got his master's degree in bassoon performance. I think he was going for his doctorate in bassoon performance, and that's when he stopped. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, no. He was a world like he was one of the top bassoonists in the world. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay, I'll see if my sister's heard of him.
yeah. He yeah.
Why? I wonder why he asked that.
It's him being jokey. If you hadn't showed up, I was gonna write my so uh yes, Doctor of Bassoon Performance, Griswold Grimm, and he wants me to do a video on resistance of the dark defense against the dark arts of distributed cognition hacking psychotechnologies. And if you hadn't showed up, I was going to I
So
was going to
is this you kicking me out?
no, no, no. This is me telling you thank you for showing up, or I would have had to actually do something productive. I'm actually kind of tired. I did some homework stuff, and I got up early this morning and went to church. I went to an Eastern Orthodox church this morning with
Wow.
people. Yeah, and then we went to lunch, and it was a pretty serious lunch. Yeah.
Wow, good. Did you ask him the circumcision thing about the Jew becoming baptized in their child?
I did. I only spoke briefly to the priest. Um, Bro, I want Bernays and Public Relations 101, not all that stuff you just said. Fine. I will name it Bernays and Public Relations 101. It's for the Defense Against the Dark Arts collaborative playlist. I don't know why people don't understand me. People don't understand you because you're LARPing. If you want to come on, Grizz, you should come on. Otherwise, I'm going to talk to my friend Ethan here. So, what'd you do today?
Well, my wife is out of town, so mostly just be a lazy piece of shit. I've noticed that when she's home, I'm productive, and when she's not home, I'm just lazy and watch TV and um, yeah, do like basically nothing. And I was really
Do
like,
you drink as much beer when she's home as you do when she's not? Because I've
no,
noticed you. Yes, I've noticed you drink more beer when your wife's not around.
yeah. So I have to make up for when she's not here. I have to make up for all the time that she is here. So I got to get it all in. Um, yeah, she's gone. I've been reading. I did do a little bit of. I, I spent a little time reading the DC Schindler book. That I'm reading this one. Uh,
Is that a music metronome behind you?
yeah. Oh, yep. It's kind of. I think this one's
I
messed up. No,
I have
it works.
no rhythm whatsoever. Like I've never been able to do anything musical ever.
Wait, didn't you say that your concept of music is different because you grew up in the you grew up in Iran, right, for the first 7 years of your life?
Yeah, and then after when I came to the United States, I still listened to Persian music more, and that's my excuse because when I dance to Persian music, I'm actually not a bad dancer. When I try to dance to Western music, like everybody tells me I'm horrible.
Mm-hmm.
And my excuse is apparently I am listening to different musical cues than. So, a friend of mine is a. I have several friends who are composers and stuff. But one of my friends who's a composer said that people do listen to different cues based on what they're used to. And so it's kind of like, you know, how people from other countries have similar accents. Like Italian people have a similar accent, and like um, Spanish speaking people have a similar accent. So apparently, there's some sort of similar thing that happens with your music, like understanding, that is radically different between Middle Eastern music and Western music.
Yep, it's a lot different. There's a story of so Philip Glass. He took somebody that was from I think India or something, whatever, and he brought him to a concert. They're playing Mozart or something, and he's like, "This is just incredibly simple music." And Philip Glass is like, "What are you talking about?" Because the rhythm was just 4/4 time,
Right.
1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4, and the music from wherever he was from. If you like, it's like it's insane. Like they have 15 beats in a measure, and it's like you can find videos on YouTube. There's this one of these two Indian dudes, like they have these just weird patterns, and their rhythm is incredibly complex. And like as a Westerner, you go listen to it, you just can't follow it all. It's like, how are these people actually? It's so bizarre. Like they'll be like keeping track of like 15 things, and like they'll be inverting them and stuff like that. It's like that's insane. But the weird thing is what the in the West we did what they do with rhythm with harmony. So harmonically, we're a lot more complex
Hmm.
than the other cultures, because we really developed um, we developed our we have a tempered scale, right? So most world instruments, or we could call it world instruments, folk instruments, they're just tuned to a certain. They can only play in one key essentially. And what we did is we kind of took the spectrum from octave to octave and compressed it down and divided it so that you can play in 12. You can play in 12 octaves together instead of just like one or maybe two. Like if you look at you can find videos of people playing sitars and stuff like that, and they can only play in like one or two keys. If they want to play in another key, they got to go switch all of these things around. And it used
Hmm.
to be that way. We used to have like um, two or three keyboards, if we wanted to play in different keys. And then over time, we as the demand for music increased more and more, we developed a tempered scale and just made it so you can play uh, a lot more keys on one instrument. They call it 12 tone temperament. So it allowed us to just really develop on this really develop our harmony. So like we have 12 keys that we can play with and interplay them with each other and stuff like that. So you can just track that. You can track us experimenting with that all up until like the 1920s, and it all just kind of turns to shit. The postmoderns took over. The proto postmoderns. Well, you can call them postmoderns. When was Nietzsche around? Don't they say that he
I
was
have
kind of?
no clue. 200 years ago?
No, he was probably like what 150 years ago. Anyways, yeah, with like the with Schoenberg, and they call it the second Viennese school. They start developing this 12 tone method where um, each note is treated equally. They literally flatten everything. So they say each note is treated equally.
Hmm.
And you can go and listen to it, and it just there's they essentially eliminate they're trying to eliminate hierarchy, right? Which is like I've
Right.
been thinking about that with what you guys are talking about with this leadership crisis thing, the awakening from the leadership crisis. Like we have to have hierarchy. It's inevitable. Like you can't get around it. We're so you we I mean um for the last 500 years, we've been working really hard to squish the world into turn the world into a pancake, right?
Hezi is trying very hard to teach us how to break into all the homes he's constructing.
That's actually very funny, Jacob. No, I'm trying to. I'll join you guys in a minute.
um, so the way I found out about this was, um, don't ever do this, but on YouTube there are some really excellent belly dancers dancing, um, and there was this video that had lots and lots of views. I forget how many views, but I'm watching, and she was a fantastic belly dancer. Like, not only was she absolutely gorgeous, but in addition, like, she was moving with every single beat of the rhythm, right? And it was amazing. And then I look in the comments, and there was a comment, like one of the most popular comments was, um, she doesn't know how to dance at all. She's just really pretty, and people are looking at her breasts. and it was like, I'm like, how did this get upvoted so much? And then I realized it must be the Western ear is listening to something else, because if they can watch her dance to music and be so incredibly like like every single beat, some part of her body would move. Like it was amazing. And like one of the top comments in English was, she doesn't know how to dance. And that's what helped me figure it out.
They hear things differently. They just meet, like, if you're brought up in a different musical culture, you hear things differently. Like, music sounds different to you.
Yeah.
It's really, really bizarre. We take a lot of the structures in the West that we've developed over the last 500 plus years for granted, and we think that's what music is, and that's just our music, and not to say that everything's relative. Of course it's not, but
some things are in fact relative. I mean, there's a reason why your mom's cooking always tastes the best, because it's your mom's cooking.
Dancing doesn't. I don't get it.
So birds, there's an online joke that there's no such thing as birds. They're just a conspiracy theory. It's the FBI and the government watching you. You've never heard of this?
I think I might have. It's probably from you.
Oh, it's one of my favorites. It's one of the there are things I have fun with, including there are no birds and my supposed hatred of cats. Like I don't do it as much with people who don't know me, because like it's different when like there's an actual cat there and you're petting it and you're like, yes, you are a child of Satan. And then online being like, cats are evil incarnate, and some people actually believe you.
Yeah.
I mean, they are, in fact, evil incarnate, but they're cute evil incarnate.
Just riffing on the music conversation you were having. Obviously, I mean, music and movement developed before really the use of language. Mark and I were touching upon this a little last night, but obviously it's extremely old, and it's really part of us to really connect to music and movement on a very deep level. So much so that the prophets and whether it's the Greek or the Jews or whoever you'll have, or the Egyptians, they've all used music to allow themselves to get to a transcendent state. So music
I think extremely... Maimonides actually says as a halacha that in order to become a Navi, you have to play an instrument. To become a prophet, you have to play an instrument, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it just shows. I mean, it's part of his whole general move about learning physics and metaphysics, and like the attitude is just like you have to be more than just well-rounded, but you need to be well-versed in God's language, so to speak, whether it be science or music, to allow yourself to fully understand or perceive, conceptualize God.
Yeah. Well, I imagine that at some point music and language were together, and then over the period of time they became separated. Just like everything, we've separated we've come so far that everything is kind of it's been separated from each other, and it's been
Have you read
classified in
Ian McGilchrist's Master and his Emissary?
who me?
After he apologizes for it being so long. Sorry, that's the meaning of things. That's the one he constantly says. He's so sorry how long it is.
McGilchrist.
Yeah, I was just gonna say he
McGilchrist
goes on this
says
how
that he believes that's where he believes that our capacity of speech came from music.
yeah, he does
I'll
make
just-
that
I'll-
point.
I'll lower my glasses like Ian, just to make sure you guys are feeling comfortable there. This conversation, he is really fantastic, Ian. I really enjoy his conversations.
McGilchrist? Yes.
Yeah.
Did you listen to him and Jordan Peterson's first discussion where they brought up Kabbalah and stuff like that?
Yeah, it seemed to him, and then he asked how it's spelled out. That's a short conversation. That's only like half an hour roughly, but he really enjoyed that conversation. That's still like in phase 1 of Jordan Peterson, and he had a lot more energy, I think, at the time. But that was a very, very interesting conversation. Just with regards to music, I saw this recently, and maybe you know this better than I do, Jacob. There is the Gregorian music. Who I mean, like it's like Pope Gregory or something Gregory. I'm not exactly sure what, but from what I understand, he at that time had the choir from the church, or he acquired ancient songs that the Levites would sing, or tunes that the Levites sang in the temple, and incorporated them into Gregorian music. So much so that, Gregorian music potentially has remnants of it from, let's say, divine tunes.
I had never heard of this. That's interesting.
I saw this on Shabbat, and I thought I didn't look into it yet, but I think it's something Gregory that started the Gregorian music, and like he had them do this, which I thought.
Which reminds me, when are you singing Ele Ezkara for us? Because I can't have Father Stephen on until you make that music video for me.
Just for people listening, so Jacob would like me to sing a song, which is part of the Yom Kippur prayer before we get into the 10 martyrs, and they're very intense stories as well. It's also it's not like one verse, Jacob. It's a long song.
I know.
You want the whole? How is it also working out? When is someone listening to the song?
Look, you put it on your channel, which you're creating, and then I'll probably play it before we start, and then we will talk about Ele Ezkara. But having a great rabbi like you sing with passion of the 10 martyrs would be a very good introduction to our discussion on atonement and vicarious atonement and the death of martyrs and how they are mechaper avon.
You were having this conversation with Jason, I believe, and he's used the proper word, saying it's an intense story when you were talking about Jacob, Rabbi Akiva, specifically talking about Moses going to the back rows of his study hall, feeling belittled or small by the fact that he didn't understand or comprehend what Rabbi Akiva was talking about, and then hearing that Rabbi Akiva said, all this we learned from Moses from Sinai, this relieves his concern. However, then he asks God to see what the reward of such a great man is. And he sees that they are combing his skin with iron combs.
No, he sees that they are weighing his flesh in the butcher shop.
You're right. They're weighing his skin in the butcher shop. You're right. And he goes to God and says, how could he do this? And this, God says this in a few different cases. Shtok kachala bedati, right? Like silence. This is what came up this is what I had in mind, or this is what I came up with right now. Sometimes it's, if you say another word, I'll destroy the world. Sometimes like if you
Allah b'machshava lefanai. You have not studied enough of the Kabbalah, my dear friend. You confuse things that are very, very different from each other. Kach Allah b'machshava is very, very different from da'at.
Wait, but am I mistaken that he does not mention that kachala b'dati, or is it always machshava lefanai?
There in that story is kach Allah b'machshava, because that's at the bechina of ratzon. It's not at the bechina of da'at.
No, so I hear what you're saying as far as like the specific terminology. I guess I'll have to look at this later, but like I know he has that conversation also with angels, seemingly, and also it's a similar conversation. But I guess
it says bedati.
That's what I'm seeing, but I could be wrong.
Well, you know the Talmud a lot better than I do, Rabbi.
However, I am interested about, it's just, I remember as a child being that so intense that like, I remember loving it because God sort of being like, this is what I want. And there's like the reverence of accepting that in a certain extent as a child. But there was also me like sort of not understanding like why won't there be like, why won't he answer them?
There are things which don't have answers.
Oh, so deep, Jacob.
No, this is what my rabbi said when I had him on. I had him on for Gimel Tammuz for the anniversary of the death of the Rebbe, and I kept on asking him why this, why that, and he said, why? You keep on asking why, and it's good to ask why. We ask ad matzai, right? We ask until when, but we don't always expect answers.
First of all, you can't say ad matai. You can't say until when. If you say that in the army, you get into a lot of trouble. It's like a known in Israel. You're definitely not going to say those two words. And I wonder how that works, again, in this corner and specifically with Christianity. How much room is there? How much room is there to sort of tell people that we don't know? And I guess how prevalent is that in churches where the response to the person is, we don't have all the answers necessarily? Or is it a knee-jerk reaction to be like, no, for every single question you have, we have an answer for you?
Actually, I think in a lot of churches, people are taught, especially Protestant churches, are taught not to ask at all.
Not to ask because you don't have answers, or not to ask because don't spend your time asking those questions?
Well, I was very surprised when I first started learning about Christianity. I was very, very surprised to find out how scared Christians are of asking questions.
But is that due to the repercussions and something Mark and I were talking about yesterday, which is in Israel, at least, it used to be that ideology superseded family. So basically, as long as the family and the ideology are aligned, all's good. But if one child or daughter decides to push back on that ideology, then the family would sort of disown her, obviously, which was extremely intense. There's even versions of more extreme groups even having, sitting shiva or mourning their child as if the child is dead because of this decision they made from an idealistic perspective. However, I would say now it's a lot more common that the attitude is love your child regardless. So much so that you see in religious neighborhoods where you cannot drive a vehicle on the Sabbath, they have parking lots outside the neighborhood for the wayward son or the secular son, because they still want to make sure he has a place at the Shabbat table. So I wonder in Christianity how much, I'm thinking about like Footloose, but I'm thinking like how much does the ideology affect like the family?
And the perfect person to ask this would be Ethan, because he has a lot of experience with this.
Ethan B. Hello, sir. Good morning.
Okay, reframe the question for me. I was a little distracted there for a second.
So Fessy wants to know, Chazi wants to know in Christian circles what it's like when a child questions their faith and might move away from believing the same things that their parents did.
It could be anywhere from like disowning to I think that's a good. I don't know. It's different everywhere. Even
I'm
among
talking about
Mormons.
your experience.
Well, Ethan, just to stress, it could be your experience, but I guess if you could extrapolate a little to, let's say, your community, and from where you're, let's say, imagine you're 13 and you're now. Has it changed? Like, from is a 13-year-old kid today in your neighborhood as nervous as you were to quote unquote rock the boat, or is a
No,
13-year-old kid today more comfortable doing that, and are their parents more accepting?
much more comfortable and more accepting. I would say, for
And
sure.
do you? Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah. Go ahead.
Do you find that to be? I mean, arguably, I think we would all say like that's a healthier route. I would say though, like for example, my brother. So my brother's secular, but he comes to the family meals, and over the years, you could see in a certain way he's sort of getting back into it. Now there's his own issues, which is like he lives a secular life. His son is trying to understand like why my sons are dressed like him, but also have like these tzitzis fringes hanging out of their pants. So there's similarities and there's difference, and like he sort of wants to do that right now, but that doesn't really work with like how they live their life necessarily. So
Mhm.
I guess a part of me is happy that he's still within the loop, and that I also would think that from a certain perspective, that's also what God would like. I don't think God sees us as like pushing away the son. Um, having said that, uh, though, Ishmael gets pushed away, and Esau gets pushed away, and Joseph gets pushed away. So
Yeah,
there's always someone getting pushed out.
I don't. I mean, I don't think there's an easy, concrete answer because sometimes people need to be pushed out, and sometimes people need to be brought in. So I don't know. It's another thing to. I mean, if you're speaking about like Orthodox Judaism versus like Mormonism, Mormonism's only been around for like 200 years, 250 years. So it's not quite apples to apples because like I don't know, Mormonism, they just kind of float with the trends of the culture, you know. So with the tradition that you're
You're
embedded in, yeah, I can't. It's kind of loud. I can't hear you.
Chazi, I muted you. You were echoing. Go ahead.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think it's an appropriate comparison to use what I came up in, compared to like your guys' tradition, because I mean your guys' tradition has been around for literally ever. Our tradition has is brand new. Even within Mormonism, our tradition has changed over the past. I mean, it's not the same tradition that it was 50 years ago. So it just I don't know. Um,
I don't think it's as different as you think it is.
I don't know. Yeah, this is beyond me. It's hard for me to say. In my family, it's all the doors. In my family, the doors have always been open to let people come back, and be a part of the family. Apostates have never been cut off from the family. They're always
That's
allowed to
amazing.
come back.
I'm gonna mute you again. Go ahead.
So the door is always open to the apostate family members, always. At least in my
Always?
experience. Yeah. In my family. But I have definitely heard of other families where they just, I'm an atheist, and they say, okay, we don't want anything to do with you anymore, or I've decided that I'm gay, and I'm, gonna get married, whatever. Okay, we don't want you in the family anymore. Um, that hasn't happened in my family. So I mean, I guess if I don't know what they would do, but yeah, the door has always been left open for sure, and they're always allowed to come back and participate in the family. They've never been cut off from the family.
That's a big deal. I mean, I think that's obviously again, in Israel at least, I would say family has won over ideology.
Yeah. Well, I think that in the Mormonism, I think that it might be actually a um, that might be a dogma. I think that they do actually hold the nuclear family above the church. So maybe that's why. I don't know.
It's funny how Jewish the LDS is. It really is.
Yeah. It's really weird because they claim to be a restored church, but it's just really weird. They're incorporating a lot of things that were lost. That they're bringing back that type of lifestyle. They're longing for it. We can definitely say that they're definitely longing for it, and they're re-implementing a lot of the things that are common between that are reminiscent of Judaism.
I'll tell you, it's just
Like their word of wisdom and stuff like that. Like they're really longing for something.
Yeah, I mean, I'll yes, and I'll tell you, like, the things I don't understand, like, it's not reasonable things that are. All I can think of is that it is some form of supernatural something that is informing the LDS. I really like. I was always
Like
really
something
skeptical.
supernatural, like truth or something like that.
Well, angels and demons are not very different in my book.
Yeah, I mean the truth the truth is emanating. I mean, you could say, well, why? How come they all of a sudden are picking up on truth when it was absent for so long? Like the Restoration movement. I'm not sure any of the other Restoration churches that happened, but I mean, they're like that's a good description of what it is. Like, there's a lot of common things they have with Orthodoxy and the Catholic
Okay,
Church.
so at the same time as there was the Mormon rise of Joseph Smith, Ellen G. White was creating the Seventh Day Adventists, and I personally am convinced that Moroni is that Moroni's has a demonic counterpart that was leading the Seventh Day Adventists. Like, I've said this many times before, and I think Moroni's wife is what created the Seventh Day Adventists.
Could be.
And I realize I'm doing crazy talk, but it's like I over the past 6 months, I have never ever been the type to believe as much in like the spirit world as I do now.
Oh yeah, I mean, like Joseph Smith was most definitely
As he wants to ask,
engendering something.
I was just gonna say, like you're reading. I mean, you're well versed, relatively speaking, in Kabbalah, and you're saying only now have you become spiritual.
Okay, so you have to understand, back when I was involved in Hasidic things, like anytime somebody would talk about segulas and stuff like that to me, I would tell them, I would dismiss it as superstition. And I very much was opposed to all of the things that I thought were superstitious within Hasidism. And anytime somebody would ask me about like these types of things, I like brachas and things like that, I would tell them, don't mess with that stuff and it won't mess with you. And I was never the type, like people would do Goral Hagra and all kinds of stuff, which Chazi knows what I'm talking about. And I was completely opposed to all that stuff. And over the past 6 months, like I have changed my mind completely. Like I have totally become the superstitious type. I never
Due
was.
to
The things I've been seeing in the LDS.
all right, Ethan. Sorry, I cut you off.
I
Oh.
I am absolutely convinced that there are Shin Dalits involved with the LDS.
Paul just posted something like yesterday or something on Twitter, and he was talking about that seemed really interesting to me. He was tracing back. He was tracing how our modern conception of ghost and how it changed after Descartes, and like something flipped and ghosts became superstitious, and that like I kind of read it quickly. I didn't really have time to digest it. I think he was responding to Nathan or something.
It wasn't a video. I don't remember this video.
It was actually just a Twitter thread, I think. And
This. Sorry, go ahead, Ethan.
so Nathan was just being stupid and claiming Pajot to be superstitious or something, or maybe it was no, I think he was calling out Paul or something about this little corner, spirit, I think was invoked, and Nathan was just claiming that it was just superstition or something like that. And Paul went on, is like, well, no, it's not superstitious. The spirit is a real thing that can be embodied by people. And if you think of it as just like a Scooby-Doo ghost, basically, that's not how, that's the modern thing that happened after Descartes. And anyways,
I was thinking just
that's in Jerusalem. Like when I was in Jerusalem, we never
in this
had
house. Yeah, it's a pretty cool staircase we built
this
over
is
here.
amazing for Jerusalem. Are you kidding?
Um,
Stairwells like this in Jerusalem, I never ever. Floors
So-
down, you dig.
This is a 4-story townhouse in the old city of Nachlaot. And yeah, we're working on it right now. You guys take a little tour. We're walking in to the walk-in closet, into the master bathroom, which is not bad. Nice
Oh,
size
wow.
bathroom over here.
Bathroom like that. The dude's shemesh must be the size of a tank.
Yeah, they're just using gas. But I was gonna say two things about, ghosts, witches, spirits. So first off, I heard in the past there was a conversation here about some witches. So just something to be aware of, linguistically speaking, or grammatically speaking. Machshafa lo techayun, and machshafa being a witch, as in you should not let a witch live. It's machshafa like the water has daga. It really means plural for sorcerers and not necessarily a female witch. It's just numbers. That doesn't necessarily mean that. Secondly, you could see even in our Bible, while God asks us to remove such dark forces from our midst, we have a king that ends up going to the witch of Endor and brings back King Saul, because he raises his spirit, so much so that they don't even say his name. She says, I see a man with a coat, and because he's known for having his famous coat that gets ripped from him. So Judaism has played around with this idea. And I mean, when you think about how Jonathan Pajot specifically talks about like spirits, angels, demons, there's something very compelling about that. I don't know if that's necessarily the spirits you're talking about, Jacob.
The thing is it's I think what Paul is like talking about is that after the world shrunk into the individual, right? I think that's really crucial. Thank you. Um, it's really crucial the witch is plural, and it's that implies that it's a vagueness that's out there, and as opposed to like the embodiment of witchery, which it would be the form of of like a human being, right? We can see it. Um, yeah, I don't know, something after Descartes just reduced everything to like, if we think that the world is just constructed of the cognito sum, right, of the person thinking, we see that we start creating the world in that image, in our own image. Like this is something that Mormons did with God, is they created God in our own image. So they think God is a humanoid creature, like literally a creature. They think that he's a creature, a created being, that has a flesh and blood body. Really bizarre things. Um, and
I don't know if it's that bizarre. You are a Christian, Ethan.
Christians don't believe that about God. I mean, they
you might ask some Christians about that, Ethan.
okay, they don't think the Father is a created being. They also don't think that the Son is a created being either.
Depends on the Christian, but yes.
Well, Orthodox Christianity, I mean like non-Protestant Christianity, non-heretical Christianity doesn't assert the Son to be a created being.
Okay, the fact is, way too many Christians don't know their Trinitarian theology nearly as much as people wish. And yeah, I doubt very much Chezi himself is going to be living in that house. It looks like it's going to be extremely expensive. Yeah.
So, anyways, like something happened where we weren't able, like we lost the whole notion of spirit. Something happened with spirit, and spirits just became ghosts or superstitious ghosts, where they're look-alike, they're they're non-physical humanoid type creatures or something like that, which isn't what they are. I don't think that spirits aren't creatures. They're not. They're uncreated. They need body. They need humans in order to become. That's what a witch is a is it's the realization of witchery. But you kill the witch, and um, you didn't act. You kill the embodiment of the witch. You didn't actually kill the witch. You just killed um, the the substantiation of it. The the realization of it. It's like I can silence you, like I can censor you, but I can't by preventing you from speaking, I can't prevent you from thinking the thought that you had, right?
Yes, I agree with you.
Anyways, there's a whole other theory that the next plausible theory for Mormonism is that Joseph Smith took a bunch of mushrooms and had, which is, if you look at the stuff that Jordan Peterson's into, talking to the mushroom dude, the mushroom scientists, and all of the data that they collect from the people that they give mushrooms to and make them sit in the middle of a room and and take accounts of their experiences. It sounds strikingly resemblant of what was going on in these mushroom labs. So that's a pretty big theory. Well, what's it, the main guy at Latter Day Lobsters? He's way into it. He's completely obsessed with psychedelic, um, with mushrooms and psychedelic substances like that.
Oh, really? Well,
What's his
yeah,
name? Alejandro.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
he's completely obsessed with mushrooms and
I did not
psychedelics.
know that, but apparently um, lots of LDS people are. There's like all. Did you see the Rolling Stone article I posted about
Maybe
the LDS and the Church of Mushrooms?
I might have. I don't know, but it seems like a couple years ago when I looked it up, there's only like one thing that you could find that somebody had done on it, but now like it's I think it's with the advent of Jordan Peterson that it's become
Acceptable.
much more investigated. It totally makes sense, dude. Like he had this vision with the father and the son in a sacred grove. It's like, well, yeah, the encounter with Satan that he had right before he saw the father and son in body. No, like it's like very reminiscent of these experiences that people are doing in this lab that are taking mushrooms. It's like very reminiscent of that, like darkness. It's like it totally fits the pattern. So
Eric
anyway.
Neumann, Carl Jung's prized student. He has two fantastic books, both dense. One is History of, I think, Human Consciousness. And then he has one that's more specific about Jews. It calls The History of Jewish Consciousness. It's 2 volumes. One is more focused on Hasidus. But he really has an interpretation of the Mount Sinai as basically a very intense psychedelic trip in a certain extent. He uses some other terminology. It's like a mass psychic event. He gives some references where things like that have been witnessed in the past. But I mean, you could definitely see in one of these interviews that Jordan Peterson had with a scientist from Johns Hopkins that's been doing this for 20 years, how he was sort of at a loss of words to explain the commonality between all these people and the experiences they have on this and how it relates to spirituality / religion / God.
Yeah.
So I know and rightfully so, I understand Jonathan Pajot's and Paul Vanderklay's they're treading very lightly with this topic, just because, again, like you could sort of let the genie out of the bottle. It could be abused. It could be misconstrued. So I'm myself am struggling with this right now. Well, first of all, my wife definitely doesn't want me to try that. She doesn't want me to have some sort of crazy break, and then she sees me like drooling on the floor for the next 10 years. However, I am interested to go deeper.
So here's the
Rabbi
thing.
Breitowitz,
I would
Rabbi Breitowitz, hold on, Ethan. Rabbi Breitowitz actually spoke publicly about this and said that he does not think it's usher to try psychedelics, believe it or not.
Yeah, I wouldn't be concerned religiously. I don't think concerned religiously that it would be prohibited. It's really more of a cultural shift, from people looking at you thinking that you're blowing your life away to potentially people looking at you realizing that you want to go deeper.
You want to go deeper, Hezi? How much deeper can you go? You're living the life.
I know, but I sense like, yeah, it's a good point. Like, I just feel like I could know more, feel more. I guess there's only certain of levels of perception that I could tap into. But then again, it's a shortcut. You could say, like, do the hard time. You know what I mean? Sit in your room, do a silent retreat, do Kundalini yoga, try to get it that way. And maybe I'm telling myself, like, no, I did the real work. I did the spiritual work, and like, I'm in the right mindset. It's complicated.
Have you ever done kavanot and serious Kabbalistic study?
Yes. However, I will tell you that sirufim, which means like different acronyms and different word sequences and combinations, ultimately, whether that's in Kabbalah or whether that's in Buddhism or whether that's in Sufism, everyone is trying to do that, and ultimately that is putting oneself into a meditative state, which goes back to the beginning of the conversation, which is music is obviously a huge catalyst for that. as well. So yes, I'm aware of that. I'm aware that the Rev Cook's student was trying to revive prophecy as well. Yeah,
You could
We'll-
be a prophet, Chezi. You could be a prophet.
Okay. I think that I think if okay, I think if you're insistent on taking psychedelics, I would think it should be done purely on the basis of recreation and not on the basis of trying to find something spiritual or divine. I think it has to be done recreationally.
Interesting. Why do you say that? You feel like it's. Sorry, go ahead. Why do you say that?
Well,
Unearned knowledge?
I
Is
just-
that what you're thinking?
yeah, yeah. I just think that it could be. You're just, when you're doing it recreationally, you're not taking it as seriously than when you're doing it spiritually or to gain something. And yeah, unearned knowledge, whatever.
I mean, arguably, you would say, let's go back in time and say that in all of human history, or let's say, let's go back 50,000 years, initiation ceremonies with the shaman, a kid's taking this when he's 13, a kid's taking this ayahuasca when he's an adult before he goes hunting. And the idea is to basically create a different paradigm shift, show him what else is out there. The world is much larger. So I don't know. I look at it like at this stage, taking, trying to contemplate it seriously and using it as a tool to learn more. I don't necessarily see it as like unlearned knowledge. I think one needs to be serious
that might
with.
be a bad way to frame it. The thing is I think we might err in we look at the kid from 30,000 years ago in his tribe taking ayahuasca. We err in assuming that that's a universal thing. Like we can't. The context of that situation isn't the same context of, like, we're not taking it in the same context. It, like, okay, for me, like I can take. I actually have a dose of psilocybin that I've had for like 18 months, and I haven't taken it. I could take that.
Back.
Well, I'll just throw it away then. It probably has gone. I might have lost it actually. I could take that thinking that I could. This is going to be this is a gate for me to commune with God. But I'm saying that when I live 8 minutes away from an Orthodox church that has a tradition that's been around for 2,000 years. So it's like, I mean,
Arguably, that tradition is also, and like we'll go even further back. The question then would be, how much of our scripture is inspired due to those sort of interactions?
Here's another thing: is I think the whole psychedelic thing is, and Mark probably might agree with this. It's just, it's someone. It's like it's someone that it's people trying to rationalize an encounter with the divine. It's the only way we can explain that Moses had an encounter with the divine is that he took some material substance that did that.
Not necessarily. First of all, 2 points. One is let's look at some evidence. So we find 2 altars right outside Jerusalem. Both of them have from the Second Temple period. Both of them have cannabis residue on them, right? So there's also questions of like, are these substances being used at all to create some sort of alternate state, right? The high priest is going into the tabernacle, the cloud comes down, he has to light the incense, the whole room has to be filled with that. So then the question comes to like what you just said, like, did Moses, like, did they have to have like this mediation of this plant to get there? Could it not have been just solely, just like this outburst of divine inspiration, revelation coming from God? One, you could argue like, why are they not necessarily different? Like, it could be like, that is a revelation of God. And you could be like, well, no, that's just something that's happening on a physical level. I mean, I totally understand your concern, and I wouldn't run to say that it must be that that's what Moses did. However, and this relates to like our conversation about ideology and family, can one still feel comfortable holding the belief that I'm okay though if it comes out to, if I find out they find out a scroll saying this is what Moses took, that wouldn't shatter my faith.
Hmm. Well, yeah,
So
of course. And the thing is, firstly, we can't we can't reduce we can't reduce God to the substance. So the substance might aid in okay, substance might aid in our communion or our encounter with God, but the substance itself is not God. So like you can't. It's not like it's not just something that you can take and therefore um, encounter with God. And the other, and secondly, it's well, you take the substance, and how is it that you know that you are encountering God? Like, how do you know that? How do you know that it's
well,
God that you're encountering?
I
Encountering.
mean, first of all, again, some people use like Gaia, people use we're all one, the force, all right? It's not, you can't come and say like I'm definitely talking to God. I look at the phrase, the term used that God uses, that shal na'alecha me'al raglecha, remove your shoes from your feet, because the place the floor you're standing on is holy, the ground you're standing on is holy. And uh, I also connect that in the same way to Elijah saying, "Still a small voice in that he hears." So, how much of this is interaction, which is like you have to realize that you have to remove the the very materialistic attitude and ego that you have of yourself, and remove that from yourself, and then be
Mhm.
able to hear the voice within. So, I don't
That's
necessarily say.
what if it's a Shindala you encounter?
It's a
Is
good
the
question.
Shindala a demon or okay?
A
That's what
shade.
I'm saying. Is like you could do everything right, and how do you know that you're not just encountering the angel Moroni?
Yep.
Uh, this goes back to the conversation Jonathan Peugeot was having with Aubrey Marcus, right? Where he says, like, AI is going to turn into God. And like, Jonathan Peugeot is like, yeah, it's just like these scientists and like tech people that are, feeding this thing. If it was like, a few priests standing on the top of a mountain, then you might have like a different result. So I have no qualm with saying that, like, right now people are playing with powers far beyond their control, and yeah, that's a good point. It's saying like, how do you know what you're looking at? And hence me saying that like the psychedelic game is a very dangerous one. I could be just saying this to myself, but I look at myself and say, okay, the reason I'm going to take this is playing around with some other drugs. I have a framework. I have a synagogue. I have a family. I have a structure. So this is just something I'm trying to build inside
Yeah,
here. This is not like this one thing I'm coming to. Granted that you can't expect everyone to necessarily have that framework, but I don't know. I
that
haven't done this yet.
that was actually the next thing I was going to ask. Is like, what are you bringing that? So, say you have this experience. What are you bringing that experience back to? Like, I'm not. So you're a rabbi, right?
No, no,
Is
I'm
there?
not a rabbi. He likes
Oh,
calling me a rabbi, but I'm not a
oh,
rabbi.
okay. So you have a rabbi, right? So
No.
you. Oh, okay.
You don't
It
have a
doesn't.
post-sec. You have some.
Um, my father was very adamant about us trying to deduce these things for ourselves. I have family. There are people I discuss to talk about these things. But yeah, so like for all intents and purposes, yeah, sure, I have a rabbi.
Okay. So that's something that you can bring back and kind of implement. You can bring it to this other body of, you said family, a higher authority, family, what Vervaeke calls distribute your own intimate distributed cognition. You can bring that there and kind of bring it to this distributed cognition to find out what it was that you were encountering, what the experience was. Was it in fact something, an angel? Was it in fact coming from God, or was it in fact coming from somewhere else? And
So that is something that I try to practice. I mean, it's been years, but let's say I regularly partake in marijuana use. I guess what some people would call paranoia that kicks in sometimes. Uh, people looking at me, they know I'm here, they know I'm smoking, whatever people do as teenagers. Over the years, you try to exercise that muscle which is to really do like deep work and think about that. So, for example, I could be under the influence, so to speak, and be dealing with something that keeps on coming back to me. But then I spend that time and in the experience I'm in to really dive deep into that thought. And then let's say right now, when I'm not in that place, I'm trying to go back there and reuse that knowledge and thought process I was using at the time to try to elevate, let's say, quote unquote, day-to-day life or day-to-day interactions while doing that. So again, I understand, because it's something I was talking about with my nephew, which I told him that, the kind of, when Uncle Hezzy smokes weed, he's not like then listening to like Pink Floyd and just like chilling. So like, sure, there's a place and time for that, but I am very much using it as a tool. I totally understand how that's not something you're ever going to be able to just like have as an option regularly, right? Like, oh, and you should definitely do this move. So again, like with psychedelics, I think if it's in the right hands, and I'm not saying I'm the right hands at all, you see it happening, right? That's part of the conversation. We wouldn't have talked about this 10 years ago, and now everyone's talking about it. So it's yet to be seen.
Yeah, I was about to put that up too. We're both trying to put up the same comment. Hezzy, you're like the coolest person in the world.
You need sunglasses on.
Indoors? I'm not that level of cool.
The thing is it's like, at what point does something become forbidden fruit, right? Like, at what point is it a mechanism for? The thing is we think that a forbidden fruit is obvious to us. Oh yeah, I'm not going to do that. It's obvious that that's forbidden fruit. Like Adam and Eve, it wasn't obvious to them that well, I guess it was obvious to them that it was. There's some mystery there, right? It's happening all the time. There's something that we think that this is going to be good ultimately, but it's not. I mean, if it's nested in a tradition, like the kid, whatever, in his hunting thing or his rite of passage, that's like nested in a tradition. And there's a difference between that when it's given to you versus you. Well, yeah, okay. So like in the garden, they took it on their own, out of their own volition, as opposed to it being given to them. So the kid doing his rite of passage hunting trip, the psychedelic substance was given to him. He didn't take it on his own volition. And it was not only given to him by an authority, it was given to him by his tradition. And tradition is the result of a long, we use that term again, distributed cognition this way, but also distributed cognition that goes back however amount of time, So
that's a good point.
That Hezzy's belief in how kosher marijuana is not widely shared in the Orthodox community.
Well, yeah, but marijuana is different than psychedelics, though.
Yeah, and with marijuana, by the way, there have been rabbis that came out and said and said if one is going to use it, then one has to make sure that all the agriculture requirements and restrictions that the Torah has apply on your marijuana as well. So if you're getting marijuana, you want to make sure you're giving 1/10 to keeping that for God and for the poor. So yes, you got to take it seriously. I think what Ethan said is very true, that even what I'm saying about whether it's the high priest or they found remnants, residue of marijuana. So that was all happening within a religious setting and context done by the high priest, right? It wasn't people just like running into the temple and like doing lines of cocaine. So it was clearly a very structured experience, and arguably, I don't necessarily saw if they saw it as sort of like a hack or tempering. I think they started something that's a lot more natural and embodied. And today's, I'm saying, due to the societal reasons, we had like a very big gap of that substance use, and then on top of that, you have like the cultural attitude towards those things. So I think for us, it definitely looks sort of as a foreign actor or tool that's sort of people are trying to push back inside. However, I don't think it's so foreign. I think what's foreign is how those things are done together.
So,
properly.
if it's if you're claiming that you saw somewhere where it is a part of tradition, why is that not a part of the tradition that you're living now? Like, uh, that wasn't given to you by the current tradition that you said you don't have a rabbi, but that wasn't given to you to the living tradition that you're in now.
Well, arguably, and this is a more complex conversation, but arguably that's because, I mean, a lot of my tradition now.
We lost you, Fuzzy. Can't hear you.
Sorry, I was just connecting to my car. Um,
We lost you again, Fuzzy. I'm guessing he's gonna say something incredibly Zionist. Can't hear you. It's God telling you something, Fuzzy.
Oh, it's divine intervention, Jacob. Oh man, I mean,
I have to say, not everybody agrees. I'm pretty sure Yosef is very dismissive of the idea that marijuana was used in the Ketoret and stuff
well,
like
it's
that.
like it's the same thing with whatever the hell Alejandro's trying to do. He's like, oh, I found out that Joseph Smith took the. Even if you believe, even if you know you're a devout, a TBM, a true believing Mormon, and you're 100% of everything. Um, Taking what Joseph Smith did and thinking that's a universal, like Joseph Smith was a prophet, right? Moses was a prophet. What makes you think that you can take the same substance they did and have the same experience? It's
Well,
very
I mean,
unique to the
Hezi
situation.
is like the coolest Jew in the world. So
Well, okay, Hezi aside, just with like what Alejandro's doing in this like obsession with psychedelics on this in this community, it's like they think that just because Joseph Smith took psychedelics, it's therefore a universally good thing. And it's like, wait a second, Joseph Smith wasn't the experience of Joseph Smith wasn't a universal thing. Like he was he was the prophet, right? Are you the prophet? Are you the person at the top of the hierarchy? And
well,
it's like, no,
so
you're
this
not.
is
But what makes you convinced? They're just trying to flatten everything. They're trying to undo everything that Mormonism did. Mormonism tried to re-implement the hierarchy, and they're trying to flatten it. It's like I want the same experience that the prophet at the very top had. And
so even at Mount Sinai, right? There's 3 days you got to get prepared as far as keep away from your wife, be meditating. So there's always a sense that one needs to get prepared to be in this kind of mindset. And again, I'm with you, Ethan, that like our tradition currently does not promote these things. However, my tradition, I would obviously say your tradition as well, is completely bifurcated, right? There's like 17 different sects of Christianity, Judaism, like you're saying in this
seven, wait, 17. There's like 30,000.
30,000, no problem. You hear in this conversation right now that Jacob's telling you that like some psychedelic use is permitted by rabbis, but marijuana, maybe it's not permitted by rabbis. So these are all new topics that many of these rabbis, and I'm using the term like rabbi sort of loosely because there are rabbis that are leaders, and there are rabbis that were trying to constantly.
Battery
we
died.
lost you again, Chazi.
Yeah, this is nothing but divine intervention. I'm saying.
I'm telling you, God wants to tell Chazi that maybe.
Do you guys hear me or no? I'm disconnected.
We can hear you now.
Now again, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, wow.
I'm telling you, there's, he's in the holy city of Jerusalem, and like God is like, Chezi, you can't be saying these things from Jerusalem.
Okay, let's say that. Okay, let's say that we find some tradition in the world that has a psychedelic in it implemented, right? So you take a tradition. Any tradition is going to be you're going to go back thousands of years, right?
Mm.
At some point during that thousands upon thousands of years, they found out that they implemented the psychedelic substance into their culture. And right, that might have taken 1,000 years to figure out, because one guy like took it, whatever, and it took them, once they've discovered the substance, it took them a certain amount of time to implement it into the tradition. So maybe in our culture now, maybe the psychedelic substance, we're at the point where it's starting to come back in. But like what this intimidates me. It's like what makes us think that we're the one person over the span of thousands upon thousands of years that found out that it's like we just happen to be the one person in that huge time frame that implements this back into the tradition. It's like, I mean, the stuff has been around forever, you know. And
this is my argument about all the mindfulness, transcendental meditation type people. And actually, maybe I should play the Rebbe. The Rebbe, he had a very interesting video about.
Well, I mean, you could be right.
Meditation.
Maybe because he's a prophet, and if he's a prophet, you know, that would make sense that he would be the one to re-implement it into the tradition.
Well, I mean, if anybody's a prophet, it has to be Chezi. But this is so.
Psychedelics are reserved for prophets only. That's what that's one thing that's the thing that Mormonism got right, is psychedelics are reserved.
So this is on kosher
psychedelics.
It's in Yiddish.
The 1960s and 70s saw an explosion of spiritual movements and religious cults. Hundreds of thousands of young men and women searching for meaning, a disproportionate number of them Jews, were unassumingly lured into idolatrous groups. Here the Rebbe addresses one of the popular trends of the time. Assuming sincerity on the part of the young seekers, the Rebbe finds the positive spark in a potentially harmful spiritual practice and offers a healthy alternative.
Oh my God, that music.
In jeder Linie ist dort die Loschna Kosow, Reina Sati Lefanecha, Sachayim Vesatei. Und dann noch ist Mamschich, der Heter von Chayim Vesatei, ist da in der Ruf Eichet. Bedurme, wie mir gefühlt, in Nevi der Avede Zorre. Und Loschna Gemorre, mit Leha Shetim, Yabe des Elome, also da in der Avede Zorre, was der Dine, La Shemesh, La Yoreach, und der Keich wie Hashomayim, Abdul Dru, was sie seinen Dworim, Tevim und Meili. Machen davon eine Avede Zorre, bis wird Avede Zorre, Merida, der Melech Malcham Lochem HaKodesh Baruch Hu. Und am Mond die Teile, wo sie da Shemesh und Yoreach, wie bald das ist einmal gewonnen an Avede Zorre, entwickeln auf der Ruf, Bechim, mit Pnei HaShetim, wie Yabe des Elome, wie die Gmorre sagt, im Sicht Avede Zorre. Der sehe davon Reis gekommen, in Jonim von Avede Zorre, am verbindet mit Linien von Kteles, der Linien von Ishtachavo und Biko, für Pessel, und Ishtachavo, Lebosser, Vodam, und sind davon geworden, der neue Makka, Shalek, Suva, Batera, wo sie in Ispasche geworden, bei Medina Zu, und der Grech Techet, Le Medina Sachelis, Bisa Filo, in Eretz Hakedesh, a Nomen gegeben, a Nedel Nomen, a das Welt Hongels Meditation, und Transcendental, es ist Meditation, Le Marla, Mesechel, Vedas, Le Marla, Medide, Vagbolo, und wir verbinden das mit Ayinin, Koomo, von Avos, Kteres, Bepeil, und dann noch mit Kamilionen, was einen Avede Zorre, Mamosh, oder Al-Kolponim, Abizrayo, Avede Zorre. Wir gefinden sich in Acheshech, Koffel und Kuppel von Golus, die Koomur Lehil, wir sich mit Mishael, die Zoll, von jüdischen Kindern, Englisch, Mädels, viele Echet Erwachsene, was einen hereingefallen, Betach, Jekshim, als wir seine Gewinn zurudert, oder Achaverte Gewinn zurudert. Und Bishas ist hereingefallen in unter dem Kult, wie sie rufen das so. Und das haben gebracht Menucha, Hanefesh, Menucha Sa'atzabin, wie Sechet Ebris Hanefesh, Kipschuta. Und mit das verbunden Komer, dass die Dikteres und die Menucha und die Isbededes und die Stachevos und dem Guru, wie Kajese was er. Dort lässt sich wegen Menschen, was davon haben wir vor, gedei soll haben die Refui, das Asami sort Machle, was man nicht zwar, was zum allen Menschen davon beruhigen die Nerven, und beruhigen Nafsche Bichlal, wo das kann sein, darf durch den Weg, was hat Ayinen, wo das wird angerufen, mit der Shem Meditation. Wir kommen und Lehil, das ist Bedürfnis von Shemesh und Yoreach. Es ist Chas für Scholem zu sagen, das muss sein verbunden mit Ayinen, aber wie die Sorge. Das Ayinen schon Refui, wie mir sagt, das Bepeir. die was haben geprüft, der Heilen, in a kosher Nation, Nongteile, Sonnpessel, ohne Unionen von Avedesora, viele nicht Avisai, Avedesora, um in Ruf Maslier gewesen. Dazu darf man aber haben 2 Unionen, Kommerli, aber das darf man nutzen auf einen gesunden, auf einen Menschen, was nicht gesund. Nicht machen, nehmen einen gesunden Menschen und von dem machen einen, was nicht schafft, ist, weder befehlt, sondern Lommel gewollt, was in dem nicht gesucht von den nicht gesunden Menschen ist sicher. Oder die, was haben sich angerät, also müssen dann kommen zur Meditation. Weil das gut ist sicher machen. Darf man sein beworben, der, was sich mit Tappel sein. In dem People durch Meditation ist ein Mumche in dem Ihnen, aber das ist nicht der Hefech HaShulchan nicht der Hefech HaBizvai Davidizoro, und nicht ein Mumche in der Gehe von Standpunkt, von Chochmas, Horefue, als wird es am Geben in Asamen Leben, von Leipoches, wie Leib Jesel, wie bei alles, am Emoni Horefue, die mir wohl bekamen mit Chemis.
Jacob, pause it for
Die
a second.
Sifre Musser, die Sifre Sidus, als
Yeah.
First off, I'm driving, so like I have to work on my broken Yiddish to try to translate what he's saying. Secondly,
Oh, I thought you understood what he was saying. We're actually reading it in English.
I know, I get you. I understand most of it, but like even when he's talking about like from a medical perspective that like it needs to be done like in the right measure, it's everything in moderation, ultimately speaking. So like yes, if used as a tool like that, it could be considered avodah zara, which would be idol worship. Just because you're putting that on the top of your hierarchy, or you're saying that that's God. And I'm with you, which is that would be it would be very wrong for people to think that what they're, let's say, what they are experiencing is God. Now you could be like, those are lower. I wake up in the morning, I look at my son. Obviously, I'm experiencing God in a certain extent, but there's something about the experience that lets it feels like, people say, it feels like the most real thing. The question is like that's the first step. The question is, where do you take it from there?
So the funny thing, what the rest of it, the Rebbe says, is what they shouldn't do is require that it be Kabbalistic meditation and things like that, because he says if it's an Inyan refuah, if it's something of healing, then to require that somebody do it in the very, very best way, that also is pasnish. It's not what you should be doing.
Well, this goes back to the Buddhists rubbing their food and the Jews making their blessing, right? These are different technologies to allow yourselves to elevate the mundane, sanctify the holy, and there's different technologies of how to do so. So clearly he has his own agenda and would rather people stay within their operating system. And you could say that psychedelics is a disruptor of that operating system.
Well, so this is part of my argument. Is I think when people like what's his name, like Vervaeke, look at transcendental meditation, and they think, why did the West lose these meditative practices? He doesn't seem to understand that the logical, the evolutionary psychology answer to that is because we had something better.
Yes, however, I would say that meditation still exists within Judaism. It's just more specific and more tailored to the way we do things.
And I would say better.
Sure. My point would be though, that is Judaism recognizes, and again, I'm not getting into like, are these Vadas inspired by Abraham or things like that? But like Judaism recognizes that too is a psychotechnology that is very potent. So yes, you can come and say they're doing it better. Arguably, you say that's because it's happening within the context of a context of religion. But back to what the Rebbe was saying, that only works. Like you were telling me I'm FFB, right? So that could only work. That track might only be relevant to me. It could be that someone else is not going to be able to connect via, let's say, a religious version of meditation and Kabbalah.
We can barely hear you, Chazi.
He's a very Protestant Jew, isn't he?
He is a very Protestant Jew.
I like to think of myself as just like a Jewish Jew, but sure.
So the thing is it's interesting. Like I liked how he pointed out the sun and the moon, and he said the sun and the moon aren't evil in and of themselves, but so if you take the ineffability of God, right, and he trickles down, and he comes down, and at some point the sun and the moon are up there, and when you you take the sun or the moon and you kind of flip them and you take them to be inherently good. We'll just put good up here, right? And then you can put God above good, but we'll just say we'll just talk about good here, and then underneath good you have the sun and the moon, and when you take the sun and the moon to be good in and of themselves, so goodness is up here. What makes the sun and the moon good is something that's not located within the sun and the moon. But when you mistake the sun and the moon to be good in and of themselves, you sever them from the goodness that's above them. You sever them from what gives them their goodness. And that's what the idolatry is. That's what he's talking about. And it's the same thing so that's why he's saying, is like the sun and the moon aren't bad in and of themselves, but when they're taken to be good in and of themselves is when that's when that becomes bad. And the same thing with like the meditation. He brings up meditation. Meditation, it might as well be psychedelics or meditation. Like we're taking something from another tradition and trying to juxtapose it onto our tradition, thinking that it's going to work. It's another type of, was it given to you, or is it something that you're taking? Is it a forbidden fruit? If you're taking it on your own volition, it is a forbidden fruit because that's not embedded into your tradition. I mean, there's another good question I think that Hezy's kind of asking here. It's like, well, okay, so what's lacking here to where all these people are falling prey to this whatever cultism, idolatrism that's emerging in the 1960s? And the rabbi says that, well, they're unhealthy. Well, what are unhealthy people are susceptible to this? Well, why are they unhealthy? What is the reason for that? One could say the tradition that they're in is lacking and it's not giving them what they need. And the other, you could say that, but honestly, what I would say is that something else came along. A snake came along and offered them fruit, and it was a temptation, and they took the temptation. It's like us. It's like we know that like physical health is now a thing that we have to be conscious of. So it's like, I know that I shouldn't eat a lot of calories, but I have whatever, this piece of pie in front of you. I know I shouldn't eat that, but like people didn't have to deal with this before because we didn't have processed sugar 1,000 years ago, right? So it just changes things. Like new temptations are coming along with new technology. Someone offers you a piece of pie, of course you're going to take it. It's like, well, I took it because the current tradition I was in they didn't have enough sugar in their tradition that they were offering me. So like, whatever, I'm going to take this. It's more sugar. It's like, well, I mean,
I hear what you're saying. I'm going to leave you guys on this note, and you could expand on this, Jacob. So the Baal Shem Tov, the major chassid, right? What did he say? He had a vision where he's told that Messiah will come when everyone is, so to speak, living his teachings and by his understanding of Judaism. Arguably, you would say Chassidus is very much a mystical, Kabbalistic tradition that has a tremendous amount of meditation, silent retreats, all versions, and playing around with these kind of games. So it to me, it's when you hear this conversation start to percolate, I hear, is this because if many people did take psychedelics, the argument is like you are sort of forcing a certain amount of openness to the society, which then allows it to have a tremendous. It then allows it to be a lot more flexible with how it thinks.
And every time he brings up the psychedelics, it's just something happens.
I'm telling you, God is sending him.
Oh, he's back.
Sorry, guys. This keeps on getting shut off. We'll have to continue this conversation later on. Peace. Have a good night.
Have a good day. Um, no, that was a good little whatever you call it, speech.
By the Rebbe.
Mhm, yeah, and
I believe that if the Messiah had come during his lifetime, the Rebbe would have been the Messiah.
yeah,
You know how critical I am? For 50 years, he was Rebbe, and for most of those years, they recorded basically everything he did as except on like Sabbath and high holidays. And even on Sabbath and high holidays, like there were teams of people memorizing every word he said.
are people not allowed to write on
And
Sabbath?
the Sabbath, yeah,
They can't,
yeah,
or they
they
can.
cannot. Yeah,
Can't
no,
write.
they cannot. Yeah.
Oh wow.
And so the people who would memorize, so he had a team of
It's
about,
interesting because writing is a form of technology.
there were a team of 20 people who would memorize his speeches on holidays, and then after the holiday they would each one sit down and write what they remembered, and then they would compare um, and put together uh, and anyway, but so the Rebbe, in 50 years of being Rebbe, I am not aware of a single stupid thing he said. Not once in 50 years.
Wow, it's a lot of
And like,
it's a lot of things. That's a lot of publications to not ever have said
oh,
anything wrong.
you don't even understand. Like, by the time he was 90 years old, like you would have expected him. He's an old man from Russia, right? He's been a rabbi. He's like, and he spoke about everything. Like he would talk about politics, and he would talk about everything. And like every time I have listened, like there are these books and books of letters that he wrote to people. Like thousands of people would write letters to him. Every single one of his letters I've ever read, like there, there was this letter from 60 years ago that some family wrote to him about their kid who was mentally handicapped, right? And, you expect 50, 60 years ago for him to have written something stupid back, right? But even today, you read it, it's like, it's, or like a gay man wrote him a letter asking him, like, he's like, I'm gay, what do I do? Right? And he's a Hasidic rabbi who was born in 1902, right? What do you expect him to write back in the 60s and 70s?
Mm-hmm.
And like, you could read it today. I did read it. It's like he was, I never knew the Rebbe. He died in 1994, which was before I actually became religious. I mourn that man's death. Like I mourn nothing, nobody else's in the world. And it was through seeing how people who knew him cannot accept his death that I started understanding Christianity. Because there are still people who get mad if you say that he died. There are people who
Wow.
physically like have assaulted other people for saying that the Rebbe died.
Wow. And just for some perspective, um, I'm not comparing here. This is purely just for perspective. Jesus' ministry was what, 3 years or something like that?
Yeah. No, I mean it for me it became like I didn't so I was I only became like through years of studying Judaism, I started appreciating the Rebbe for who he was. And as I was becoming religious, like I always thought the people who thought he was the Messiah and people who still think, I mean, I know people who still think he is the Messiah, and it's like, he's dead, and they're like, yeah, but like, and I'm like, this isn't a very Jewish thing, and
Well,
and they still,
if you look at the way that the Christians, the saints, right?
yeah,
The church is built on the blood of the saints. So like they have patron saints. Our patron saint is Saint Anthony. And for our Orthodox church, it's like, I mean, and have you seen the have you seen Pajot? I think it was maybe a month or so ago. He talked about ascending into heaven, what that meant, and he's really good at using like trivial kind of concrete examples. And he says, like Michael Jordan ascended into basketball heaven, right? Because he set all these records and stuff like that, and he's up here and he's influencing the basketball players down here now because everyone's holding him as a standard. So in that aspect, like it's not like, I'm not saying that he is. I'm not claiming that he ascended into heaven. I'm saying like he did ascend into heaven. Like we can see him in heaven right now. Like us watching this video on the stream. Like that's evidence that he's in heaven. Like that's part, like that's his ascension into heaven. Like that's this whole Descartes thing where we reduce everything to the individual that just thinks, the cognito sum. We think that's what a being, we think the whole world is reduced to that. And things are much bigger and more complicated than that. And like our being extends far beyond our own consciousness and our cognition. And this rabbi guy, he absolutely ascended into heaven because we're still learning from him. Like he became concretized in abstract. Man, forgive my language. He became concretized in abstract space. So it's something that we're looking up to continually and is being brought down to us, and that we're learning from. And when you learn from something, you embody it. So it's in heaven, it comes down, and we embody it. Like that's what
you sound like some of his Hasidim who get mad when people say he's dead.
Well, is he? The very fact that you're talking about him means that he's not dead. Being dead means that someone's been forgotten. If you
I mean,
forgotten means that you're dead.
In a very real sense, the Rebbe is alive in my life. He is, but for me, that rules out him being the Messiah, because the fact is, when he was alive, he was so much more. Jacob destroyed by facts and logic. Paul, go to bed. This is late. You're supposed to be sleeping. And anyway, what do you know about the Rebbe? No, but like, no, the Rebbe in a very real sense is alive. But at the same time, like, this is something it's an incredible, painful thing in the Hasidic dynasty I'm in, because nobody was willing to accept nobody was willing to accept. The Rebbe died on Gimel Tammuz, on the 3rd of the month of Tammuz. Nobody was willing to accept anybody taking his place. There has been no succeeding Rebbe, and Hasidic dynasties, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the next person isn't good enough. You have to have a living rabbi. You have to have a living Rebbe. And I mean, for me, it's the same. Good night, Mr.
Expecting an upload at 6 a.m. tomorrow.
Yes. But like, the fact is that the Rebbe passed away, and we have to move on. And
What does that mean?
So
Move
many
on. Does
people
that
are
mean
not
forget about him or what?
No, no, not forget about him, but recognize that we have to have a living Rebbe. We have to have a living Rebbe, and that's it's not about forgetting the Rebbe, obviously not, but it's about realizing that having somebody alive who can, because the fact is, what was amazing about the Rebbe when he was alive was that he got involved in very controversial things. Like he got involved in a lot of very controversial things. So Hanukkah, the Jewish holiday everybody's heard of, was a literally apocryphal Jewish holiday nobody celebrated. And when the Rebbe made it a big deal to celebrate it in the United States, the entirety of like Judaism, from the very reform to the ultra orthodox, thought it was a horrible idea. People accused him of all kinds of things, and it went to the U.S. Supreme Court, and it was the Rebbe and the people who wanted nativity scenes against basically the entire Jewish world put in amicus briefs to stop these Hanukkah displays and nativity scenes being displayed on public property. And the Rebbe stood against the entire Jewish world. And Hanukkah is what it is because the Rebbe, in the past 50 years, since he became Rebbe since the 1960s, like, you talk to somebody, well, nobody's alive now that remembers before the 1960s, but like you talk to somebody who was a child in the 40s and 50s about Hanukkah, they don't remember it. Nobody remembers Hanukkah. Hanukkah was nothing. When I was a child in Iran, like, it's something that the Rebbe in the United States made a big Jewish holiday. And he did that. And it wasn't just something that carried on. It was something that he changed in the world. My plan is to keep on going until midnight. So
Wow.
here's my plan. I got really revved up in the lunch I had with Richard and Jonathan, who you don't know Jonathan, but hopefully you will get to know Jonathan because I have big plans for Jonathan.
Who's Jonathan? Someone, an Orthodox guy?
No, he was raised by Messianic Christians who apparently
Is
believe
what?
a converted Messianic. Have you heard of Messianics? They're the hyper dispensationalists, Christians who pretend they're Jewish.
Okay.
And he was, and he is under the impression that he was converted Orthodox, and from what he told me, it converted to Orthodox Judaism. And from what he told me, I don't think he was. And at lunch, I basically told him, since he speaks Hebrew and he knows a lot about a lot of things, and he still has very warm feelings towards Jesus, but at the same time, very warm feelings towards Judaism, I think he would make a very good Noahide leader if he wanted to. And so that's what we talked about. And I don't know what he thinks about it, and we'll see. But he went to work after lunch, and he's probably at work right now. But if he wants to be a leader of the Noahide community in Los Angeles, he very well could be. And there is no Noahide community in Los Angeles.
How do you distinguish between, we'll say, Orthodox Christianity and the Noahides? because because
Good
because the Orthodox are bringing people back into communion with the God of Abraham.
So this is what I told.
Why Noah hide over orthodoxy?
Well, this is what I told Father. Well, okay. First of all, I have to say the things that I'm speaking with Father Stephen DeYoung believes in Paul within Judaism, which is, it. Of course, it would be all right if you hopped in. Father Stephen believes in what's called Paul within Judaism, which honestly, like, if that is the true interpretation of Paul, hey, I'm perfectly happy with it because it squarely pulls Paul of Tarsus into Judaism, and not only into Second Temple Judaism as Father Stephen is trying to do. I would say it's pulling him into modern Judaism. Like, I don't believe his interpretation of Paul is the correct interpretation of Paul. Vast majority of Christians do not believe that his interpretation of Paul is the correct interpretation of Paul. If his interpretation of Paul is the correct interpretation of Paul, first of all, and I said this to him, I said to him, Father Stephen, I don't know if you're an Orthodox Christian or an Orthodox Jew. And he's like, no, I'm an Orthodox Christian. And I understand why he says that. But his version of Christianity is something Orthodox. he believes in what's called Paul within Judaism. It is a known, like, argument among academics today that Paul of Tarsus was in fact teaching Pharisaic Judaism as it existed during his time.
Okay.
And so, I mean, there are differences between how Father Stephen, first of all, Father Stephen, I think, is wrestling with it and trying to understand it himself, while the rest of Christianity is wrestling with these questions, and they are wrestling with these questions. But in a very real sense, to some of the things, I mean, this is what I am going to be talking to Father Stephen about. It's one of the things we have been having a conversation about, because in a very real sense, what he describes as Eastern Orthodox Christianity is completely within the bounds of Orthodox Judaism, which is not how Christianity has viewed itself for the past 2,000 years.
So you think he's in conflict with Orthodox Christianity?
He thinks he is reviving Christianity as it existed in its earliest form and is described by the church fathers.
So you think? Wait. Okay, say that again. You think that he's describing Christianity as?
He thinks. He thinks he is here.
Hey,
He is describing Christianity as was taught by Paul and the apostles and the early church fathers.
But that's just Eastern Orthodoxy.
He would say so.
Well, yeah. Okay, so I did this like seminar a couple months ago with it was like a seminary, Saint Vladimir's seminary, I think, or
Vladimir.
Vladimir. Okay, and I can't remember if it was Vladimir or Dmitri. I can't remember. Someone back east, whatever.
Not Saint Tikhon's.
No, it wasn't that. And they said people ask you how come you stopped having or they were asking. There was a guy in like the 1700s that just he was kind of like the last patristic theologian. And I think he kind of made a compilation of church fathers or something like that. And they asked him, how come you don't have any more theologians writing anymore? And he said, because it's already all been written. And he said that if for some reason we lost all of the texts of our fathers, they would just be rewritten again because they already gave us the truth, and the truth's already been uncovered. So there's no reason to keep doing it. So if somehow like all of those books were lost, like all of the copies, it would just be redone, and then we would stop doing it. So I mean, in a sense, like my interaction with Orthodoxy is they're all about the early church fathers. I mean, this book that I'm reading, a basic guide to, I think it's like Basic Guide to Christian Orthodoxy. I mean, they're continually quoting the early church fathers.
I understand that, but I have to say that the understanding that Father Stephen has of what is Eastern Orthodox Christianity, I am not sure that his own patriarch, I don't know who the Antiochian patriarch is right now, but whoever it is, and certainly not what, the ecumenical patriarch Bartholomew, right? I'm not sure he would recognize what Father Stephen and I are talking about, as much as I am sure that the chief rabbinate of Israel recognizes what I'm talking about to some extent. And again, like this is where I am in a weird situation. But I'm talking to Chezi, and Chezi's talking to major rabbis in Israel, and I have words and ways of like putting what he's saying into categories which are very well defined within what we refer to as the 4 cubits of Jewish law. Like, I know where the 4 cubits of Jewish law basically are, and I can describe what he is saying as being within Orthodox Judaism. Fraudwith says, I think you're overplaying how unorthodox Father Stephen is, Jacob, as an Orthodox Christian myself. Are you aware of Paul within Judaism, the school of thought called Paul within Judaism? Because I am not sure that Paul within Judaism is what vast majority of Orthodox Christian priests and certainly bishops would call Orthodox Christianity. Father Eric very specifically does subscribe to Paul within Judaism. That is a very specific understanding of Paul of Tarsus, and I don't think I would be ecstatic to learn that, for example, Patriarch Kirill or Patriarch Bartholomew, not aware in a detailed way, Jacob, but there's room for a wide variety of scholarly views in the church, but the entire church views itself as a continuation of Second Temple Judaism. I understand that, and I understand that there is a lot of variety within Eastern Orthodoxy, but when it comes down to it, like when the ecumenical patriarch and Patriarch Kirill, who are basically the two pillars of Eastern Orthodox Christianity, if they don't recognize Paul within Judaism, that's look. I'm not saying Father Stephen is some sort of heretic within Eastern Orthodoxy. It's very hard to be a heretic within Eastern Orthodoxy. At the same time, like, as far as I understand it, he represents Orthodox Judaism more than he does Orthodox Christianity, and he disagrees with me. But that's like something I said to him, you know. Caleb asks, "What's a main thing that makes you say that?" Well, so for example, Father Stephen is quite adamant that Christians should not eat blood. That it is sinful for a Christian to eat blood. And apparently that is a mainstream understanding of the Jerusalem Council and Eastern Orthodoxy. But that's a very particularly Eastern Orthodox way of looking at things that the vast majority of Christians would find shocking and completely weird.
Jacob, have you ever considered?
You go ahead, Ethan. My bad.
Have you ever considered that you may be more Orthodox Christian than you are Orthodox Jew?
Yes, I have. But I am the most Protestant Jew out there, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Man, that's so cool. I kind of lost train of thought, but do you think, because like if Christians shouldn't drink blood, does that also nullify the Eucharist? Because isn't that some people say?
Well, no, I mean, so this is again, look, if you are understanding, see, this is the thing.
Yeah.
Ultimately, I think that if all of Christianity were to adopt a lot of the views that Father Stephen has, including some of them which I'm not comfortable attributing to him because he's not comfortable, like he hasn't decided, right? But there are things that we are discussing which would be quite controversial if he were to publicly espouse these views, which he hasn't espoused even privately. So I don't want to say that he's said anything like that, but like there are things which we are discussing which if he were to espouse them would be considered heretical by all Christians.
Well, I mean, he's doing it publicly on a stream, so I don't think that he's afraid of anything.
No. I'm talking about things I have been discussing with him privately.
Oh, so you haven't? Well, that's not fair to us that you have this private conversation going on that we don't get to see.
And yeah, I'm having a private conversation about things which he has not in any way like espoused, but we are discussing. Yeah. And like just the fact that he's discussing these ideas is shocking to me, and I think would be shocking to the vast majority of Christians who don't hold to what is called Paul within Judaism. But he does believe in Paul within Judaism, which Paul within Judaism is incredibly controversial within Christianity. Yes, he publicly espouses Paul within Judaism, but that itself is very controversial within Christianity. So what do you have to say for yourself, AA Ron?
Well, I have two things. I don't know exactly what Paul within Judaism means. And I was also kind of curious, though you're not a Christian, if it would be possible if you could go to an Orthodox church, a Catholic church, and an evangelical church without.
I went to an
like,
Orthodox
He
church
went to
today.
yeah, he went to one today.
well, I mean, not like a visitor, but like as a member.
Wait, hold on a second. What's going on in this this private conversation that's compelling you to go to an Orthodox church?
No, it's not this specific conversation.
No, I went to
He
an
really
Orthodox.
is more Orthodox Christian than he is Orthodox Jew.
This was the joke. Like I was saying at the Orthodox church today, is I go to church more often than I go to synagogue, which is a
Based.
fact. Paul was an apostle to the Gentiles. Was he? Was he really? Is Paul within Judaism related to new perspectives on Paul? Yes, it is. So Paul within Judaism is one step beyond new perspectives of Paul, right? So what happened was some scholars came up with this idea of new perspectives of Paul, which was an understanding of Paul of Tarsus, which is very different from the traditional understanding of Paul. And Paul within Judaism is the idea that Paul never broke from the Pharisaic Judaism of his time, of Second Temple Judaism. And what in our discussions I found out about Father Stephen is Father Stephen just assumed that this form of Pharisaic belief, which he is contextualizing Paul into, he assumed that Judaism has rejected it. And it's like, no, that's actually the Judaism we have now. So, like, in a very real sense, what Father Stephen thinks is Christianity is within Judaism. Like, I'm not saying I agree with the things he says, right? He has certain beliefs. What I am saying is that those beliefs that he has are not outside the 4 cubits of Jewish law. The 4 cubits of Jewish law are very broad. Christianity is very clearly outside of that,
Right.
except for Father Stephen's Christianity.
Is that specifically that it's like non-Trinitarian, like Jesus isn't?
The monarchical Trinity is a big deal in that, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
The monarchical, look, his Christianity is has a monarchical Trinity, is non-supersessionist.
Wait, what's a monarchical Trinity?
The monarchical Trinity is the idea that that God the Father is true God, and Jesus is God from God.
So is he a subordinate God?
Yes, in a sense, yes.
Wait. Is that what DeYoung asserts?
That's what Bo Branson asserts all of Eastern Orthodox Christianity believes, because in Western Christianity, there's the filioque, right? You know the controversy of the filioque? Okay. So Eastern and Western Christianity, the main doctrinal issue.
Wait, yeah, was this the thing that the Pope added on at the end?
Is the dual procession or the single procession of the Holy Spirit. So Western Christianity believes that the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father and the Son, whereas Eastern Orthodoxy believes that the Holy Spirit proceeds only from the Father.
And the Son proceeds
from the Father.
Or
so in Eastern Orthodoxy,
yeah,
right? So the idea is that God the Father is ase. He is the only one that has no dependency. That's what ase means, is sui generis. He himself, well, I should probably find the actual word. Aseity is I should, people are
Is that Greek or
The quality or state of being self-derived or self-originated, specifically the absolute self-sufficiency, independence, and autonomy of God. So, actually, I would say all Christians believe that only God the Father. Yeah, the Apostolic Creed. So the Apostolic Creed. Let's look up the Apostolic Creed. Apostles' Creed. Let me put this on so we can take a look at it. Okay. So the Apostles' Creed says, I believe in God the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, and in Jesus. Is this the one we read today in church? Talks about being the Father being true God, and the Son and the Spirit being God from God, right? And that's the thing. Let's see what these people are saying. Okay. The Father is the ground of being. The Son is eternally generated by the Father. The Holy Spirit eternally proceeding. The Father is the uncaused causer. The other persons are caused by the Father. Who are the biggest proponents of Paul within Judaism? It's a very new thing. I don't know if there are a lot of proponents of it. Jacob, looking for the Nicene Creed, I think. Let me see if that's what I'm looking for. The Nicene Creed, is that the one that says?
that one's the one? That's the first creed that affirms the Trinity, I believe.
No, there's the one that says.
And there's the Apostolic Creed.
That's the one we just looked at. What did we say this morning? Well, I didn't say it.
Oh.
Western Rite Orthodox Creed. Okay, what? It's based on the Filioque controversy, and so they redid it. I wish I had the actual thing that was said today at church, but and in the Holy Ghost, the Lord and Giver of life, who proceedeth from the Father, who with the Father and the Son together is worshipped. That's not what I was thinking. Well, the one I went to today was a Western Rite Antiochian church. Anyway, the monarchical Trinity is far more within the Jewish understanding of what is permissible to Gentiles than the egalitarian Trinity. Yes.
I could have swore I read somewhere in here that it was something. They said something like I thought that I read something here that said that that they were all equal.
No, the egalitarian Trinity is
Catholic.
Yeah, it's Eastern. It's Western Christianity. I mean, there is an idea of some sort of equality, but when the Bible refers to God, it's referring to God the Father, and Orthodox Christian, at least the way Bo Branson describes Orthodox Christianity. And I have to say, like, I don't know how much, like, our Orthodox Christianity, um, Athanasian Creed has the co-equal language. That creed isn't accepted by the Orthodox. Yeah. Does Yosef? You said Yosef disagrees that shituf is permissible to Gentiles, and I mean, I think that's partially based on his belief that the egalitarian Trinity best describes Trinitarian belief. But yes, Yosef Yosef doesn't like this idea of permissible shituf to, and I have to say, it's like I'm not saying that it's a good thing. I'm just saying it's permissible, and it's very different for to say that something is permissible than to say it's a good thing.
That's a good point. I talked to I bugged Joseph about Jewish questions.
Okay.
And I asked him, is the Messiah, or the way he would say, like the Messiah that's still coming for those who believe that, would that Messiah be considered God? And he said no. And then I asked him, where did you believe that we got this idea from? And if I'm quoting him properly, he said that came from like John the Baptist and their sect. I don't know.
I mean, that's one way. I mean, I personally think, okay, so the idea that the king of Israel represents God
Yeah.
is a Jewish thing. Represents God, right? Is a representative of God, is a Jewish thing. But that doesn't make him God. And I think this is the mistake that Christianity makes, is that representations of God, right? The word person as is used by Trinitarians is a question of representation, right? And God is represented in the world by all kinds of things. I keep on talking about the burning bush, for example, or the pillar of cloud, or the pillar of fire, or right? And human beings do represent God in the world. I mean, this is, after all, my background that I'm constantly showing people, right? And so, in a very real sense, you are a hypostasis of God in a Jewish understanding. The problem, and this is what I said when Father, in the discussion I had with Father Stephen, the problem is this idea of Jesus as monogenes, right? That uniquely, like, right? How does Jesus uniquely represent God? He doesn't.
Yeah, we would say he does, but it's kind of based off of the story, and I guess it's.
I mean, look, I am not some sort of Christian,
right?
In some sense, if Christianity is the religion that Jesus taught, I think I am a Christian and you're not. And if Christianity is the religion that Father Stephen believes it is, which is the religion that Paul of Tarsus taught, again, I think I am a Christian and you're not.
That's really interesting. Why do you say that?
Because if Father Stephen is correct that Paul was teaching within Judaism,
Yeah.
I would say that my concepts of God and the Torah and right and wrong and sin and right are far closer to what Paul taught than what vast majority of Christians believe.
Because
So
oh, go ahead.
is it proper to worship a representation, Jacob? If not, when does veneration, Moses taking off his sandals with a burning bush, cross over into worship? So I kiss the Torah because it is the word of God. I bow towards the Torah because it is the word of God. If I am doing that in an understanding that that the Torah scroll I am bowing towards is a representation of the word of God and the will of God and thus God himself, that's perfectly fine. If I'm bowing towards that Torah scroll because I am bowing towards that piece of wood and metal and ink and leather, then I am committing idolatry. It's a question of understanding, right? When I kiss the Torah scroll, which Jews do all the time, it is out of a love for God.
Kind of how we sometimes would kiss like icons of Christ.
That's precisely the understanding that Father Stephen has of this concept of icon, right?
Yeah.
That it is not, that it is a person of godliness. Yeah, sounds like icons. Like, okay, maybe some contrast between Paul within Judaism and Paul as traditionally understood would help unpack it a bit. Honestly, I would say if you're interested, do read up on Paul within Judaism. And I have to say, Paul within Judaism is a very controversial position within Christianity.
Yeah, I guess I would have to read on that. I've been meaning to read that one book about the guy who converted from Judaism to Orthodox Christianity, the Orthodox.
Orthodoxy, Judaism, and Christianity.
Yeah.
I read it. It's a very short book, and it doesn't say all of the things. I'm not sure it's worth a read. It's not very explicit.
Huh.
It's very short.
Yeah.
I have a copy. I can send you my copy.
That's pretty cool.
Well, I have an online copy. I have a PDF, and it says you can send the PDF to other people if you delete it. So I can send you mine and delete mine.
Okay, that sounds cool.
In the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was God, and the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. Yes, this is a very Jewish thing to say, and you can look into Plotinus, and you can look into Neoplatonism, and you can understand it in a very different way than Christians do. I heard Father Seraphim Rose say that the Antichrist would rule from a rebuilt temple in Jerusalem, and he would be worshipped as God. That would be explicitly against Judaism, would it not? In a sense, yes, and in a sense, no. I mean, first of all, the temple will only be rebuilt, we believe, not by hands. And I have to say, Father Seraphim Rose was not very popular among the actual Orthodox. He's very popular among um, English-speaking Eastern Orthodox in the United States.
Yeah.
And I have to say, I am quite worried that there are quite a few people who are, when the Messiah comes, will be in fact will convince themselves that he is the Antichrist, and that will not go well for them. Paul within Judaism or Paul with crayons, does that fix the problem for you? I'm not sure you guys are aware of me and my so I talk about all the crayon in the Christian Bible because, for example, there's that line in Mark where it says, in so saying, Jesus made all foods permissible. And it's like, as far as I'm concerned, that's obviously crayon. And Jesus never said any such thing. And frankly, it's also not the understanding that I think Father Stephen has of Paul within Judaism. Well, that's what I'm worried about too, Jacob. That's why I'm asking these questions. In a sense, yes. In a sense, no. Please unpack. The Messiah would not be worshipped as God, would he? Of course not, because God is not a man. It says quite clearly, at least twice in the Bible, God is not a man. God is not a man. But it also says quite clearly that people bowed to David and to God, and that is in the Bible. And so the idea that a Jewish king can represent God in the world is not foreign to the Bible at all.
Yeah, I think somewhere people call Jesus prophet, priest, and king.
That sounds like Hebrews, and that was part of the discussion we were having today, which is when I believe it's Ezekiel speaks about the four craftsmen.
See ya. I gotta wake up early, so have a good night, guys.
Hey, easy.
If you're still on in the morning, I'll jump on.
No, I'm leaving in half an hour.
Good night.
But the four craftsmen are four different people.
Yeah.
And Christians keep on trying to roll all four of them into the same person. And it's like, sorry, it says four craftsmen. And so, like, yeah, I think that's definitely wrong. This idea that, Jesus, everything's about Jesus. And it's like, no, not everything's about Jesus. There's quite a bit in the Bible that's not about Jesus.
Right.
Oh, already read that. So, Ron.
Yeah. How's it going?
Fine. How are you?
Pretty good. Just came back from work.
What do you do?
I'm a maintenance technician for an apartment complex.
Okay.
And I didn't know I was on call until 10 o'clock tonight. And then I had to figure out how to fix a heater for the apartment, which is nerve-wracking because that's I thought was like the hardest thing, because it's not like there's so much technology that goes with it. But it went actually really well.
HVAC, I thought, is like really, really hard.
It's dangerous. You can shock yourself.
Okay.
But I think if you can get a grasp on things, it gets easier. It's cool because there's a little bit of electric work obviously,
Mhm.
a little bit of plumbing because you have to still do some pipes and stuff. So it does encapsulate a lot of different trades in one thing. But yeah, the furnace is harder than I think the AC unit. Um,
If you don't mind me asking, where do you live?
Midland, Texas.
Middle of Texas.
It's my hometown's called Midland, and it's
Right. Now I remember you talking to what's his name? Sartori about that. Yeah. Yeah.
it's
You
like
you said halfway between El Paso
the rest of
and
Texas.
the rest of Texas.
Yeah, it's
Uh-huh.
cool. I love being a Texan.
You know, if I could live in Texas instead of California, I probably would, and I considered moving, but like all my family's here, and I'm never
Yeah.
leaving my family. So
I had a brother. My brother, I do. He's still alive. I don't know why I said it that way. My brother lived in Denver, and it was really hard on us to go see him every once in a while. And once he had a son, like a child, they just wanted to move down here. And then
how many siblings do you have?
to be that far away, like from like California to Texas, that'd be pretty rough.
It's not that far away, and like a flight from Burbank to Austin is only $200.
I drove from Midland all the way to LA. That took a long time though, for me.
Yeah,
But it was
like a flight, like a $200 flight. It's like 2 hours or something. It's not so bad.
maybe because I know that it takes roughly 30 minutes or so to fly in the state of Texas to like reach a different spot. So it could be.
Yeah, I mean, I considered it, but ultimately, like, not gonna happen. If one of my nephews moves out of state, maybe I'll consider it, but like that's not likely either. So, uh, yeah,
And if you don't mind me asking, you're in LA?
Los Angeles.
Yeah. How is that place?
Lots of homeless. Beautiful weather. I've been living here basically almost all my life. I don't know. I really like it. There's a lot of stuff I really like about Los Angeles, and there's a lot of stuff I really don't like about Los Angeles. But family priority is based. It is, in fact, based.
Is it mostly like the homeless and stuff?
The politics as well. I mean, honestly, like being politically involved, and I try to be politically involved, but being politically involved in Los Angeles as a conservative is like, what are you even bothering? You know,
Yeah, you're a minority.
beyond a minority. It's like the California Republican Party's like, at least the Democratic Party in Texas has some chance of winning some elections sometimes.
Yeah.
Like there is a super majority in both houses of our state parliament,
Mm-hmm.
and the Senate and the Assembly, and every single statewide office is Democrat. Every single one.
Yeah.
Like a Republican cannot win, and we have what are called jungle primaries. So with a jungle primary, what happens is the top two vote getters of whichever party go into a runoff.
Mm-hmm.
So most general elections, both of the people in the runoff are Democrats.
Right. Wow.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So it's like you can just forget it.
Yeah. I saw because it's still kind of hard because you feel like if they had such a majority, maybe they could fix the cities within like their political framework. But I remember I watched a video of is it Shank or Shank?
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
did that
They have tons of excuses. Look, the fact is, Democrat policies don't work. They never worked.
yeah,
And I thought of myself as a conservative Republican, and then I realized I'm not actually a conservative Republican at all. I'm actually very liberal.
right.
I'm just sane, and that makes me a Republican.
Yeah.
Because if you actually want, like, Michael Schellenberger, I don't know if you've heard of him. He's been on a lot of he's been on like what's his name? He's been on Joe Rogan and stuff, and he's like very, very far left, but he's basically become a Republican because that's the only way to have sane policy in at all. Like,
Yeah.
Democrats are just crazy. And like, people think I say that because I'm some sort of far right Republican. It's like, no, I'm actually kind of far left. The yeah, coming out of the closet as liberal. Yeah, I am a liberal. I just always thought I was a conservative because the Democrats have lost their minds in California.
Yeah. Well, that's a shame.
That is not true, Fraudwith, at all.
Democrats and Republicans are two
Cheeks of the same buttock.
Huh.
No, it's not true. That's what a lot of Democrats will say in order to, and that's the whole Cenk Uyghur thing. You know, it's like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, the Republicans are just as bad as the Democrats, and it's like, no, they're not. The Democrats have lost their minds completely.
Because y'all had like power outages, didn't you?
Well, yeah. I mean, I haven't really experienced it as much, but like, well, but so did you guys, you know,
We had
when there was that freeze,
Yeah.
right? But look, the fact is, the schools in California supposedly are supposed to be anti-racist, and we still have all the same problems of black schools not teaching black students that the rest of the country does. So why are you telling me that you're like going to fix this?
It's like
Yeah, that's Fraudwith. You're just plain wrong in so many ways. I don't even want to deal with in the next 20 minutes. You know what? I don't even want to talk about this political stuff.
Sure. I don't
So
think
when are you getting married?
when am I getting married? Not yet.
Why not?
I'm scared to.
What are you scared of?
I've always I don't want to settle on a less attractive girl because you can only get one, and I feel like I don't know. I feel like I want to clean up my
That's a very, very silly way of looking at it.
yeah.
The fact is that like, look, you look at, first of all, when you get married young,
Yeah.
You grow together.
Right.
Second, there is a type of love that goes beyond the physical, and the physical relationship you have that's just physical
Right.
when you're young, yeah, that's how it starts. But the you know, you sometimes see like a couple that's been married for 40, 50 years and they love each other. They truly love each other. And that love comes from many, many years of being together. And you're never going to get that if all you're looking at is superficially at what she looks like.
Yeah.
So look for, and actually, Michael Sartori had a really good video about this.
He's a good dude.
Look for the mother of your children. Look for the woman that you want to give birth to your children.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's just kind of, I guess it's just kind of hard because all the girls I kind of do like, I end up kind of fumbling the ball. I get it.
Well, okay, that's a problem. That's a very different problem that where you started with.
that is true. And so sometimes it goes pretty good, and then it's just like one little thing that I'm not understanding I'm doing, and then it goes downhill.
Okay.
And I guess I also like, I usually like white girls, and it's I can't date them. I don't know. I don't
Why can't you date white girls?
we're on different wavelengths. I don't know. Latinas are easier to date. I had there's a friend of mine. She only dates white guys, but she gave me a chance because I kind of look white. And so she was like, she would try to guess like what aspect I was doing a white guy would do and what aspect I would do like a Mexican guy would do. Like she said, like, okay, you don't know how to change your oil, that's white, but the fact that you try to change it, that's Mexican or something.
That's hilarious.
But
I'll tell you one thing though. Girls who are on birth control are doing themselves a severe disservice because there's a lot of studies which show that it really affects who you're attracted to.
Yeah.
And a lot of girls who date while they are on birth control and then get married and go off birth control, even if they don't want to have kids, but because they're now with somebody and they don't want to be on the pill, discover that they're no longer attracted to the guy they're married. So that's something to be very, very
because I heard that girls that are on birth control are attracted to feminine men. Is that true, or is that just like a meme?
I don't know about effeminate, but it definitely like it affects how you view people, which only makes sense. I mean, it's affecting their hormones, right? It's like when you affect a person's hormones, it affects their sexuality. Why is this in any way like controversial or surprising to anyone is beyond me.
That's why I asked my lady. It's like, you weren't on birth control and we started seeing each other. No, it's all good. It's all good.
It's all good?
It's all good.
Date a good Catholic woman, then they're not on birth control.
Yeah, meet a nice Catholic girl, get married, and then we can talk.
Okay, I can do that.
So Antonio, you jumped on for a reason. Why did you jump on?
I was really intrigued by the conversation.
Which part?
trying to find love.
More so.
Uh,
You
Oh.
found love.
oh no, just him talking about the struggles. It's funny because when you don't, I don't know. I find often when you're not looking for something, it arrives right in front of you.
Yeah.
I was on my way out of Washington State. I actually started the exodus in my family to leave to Idaho, and then I met my lady, and then well, now I'm still here. The whole family already left, but yeah, that's kind of how we met.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, the advice I get is to stop trying because it makes you look desperate, and to don't settle a little bit on looks, like you're trying too hard to date, like your expectations are too high and you have to lower them a little bit. Those are the big,
Yeah. Look,
and then ask out every girl you're attracted to, just like go for it. Those three things I get.
Yeah, attraction's still important. It's definitely not all physical, but you have to be attracted to her for sure.
yeah.
Because it's I think of it is that's kind of like their personality too. Like I'm really, because it's not like it's like an arbitrary thing. It's like this girl is more feminine, so she has these traits which are just naturally attractive, rather than like that's separate. Like beauty is this and ugly is this, when really it's like feminine, good shape is what a good mother would be. Very kind, really kind women go pretty far, but I don't know. I
It's
get
hard
why
to put the words.
are polyamorous, I guess, because they just kind of like ask out everybody, but I know that's also pretty bad. Can't do that.
Yeah. I mean, this whole polyamory idea, bad, bad,
Yeah.
bad. Like
Yeah.
everybody I've ever known who's ever tried it has regretted it completely.
Yeah. Just
Yeah, I
like
think the dating scene's a mess right now.
one guy having like a harem. Like that doesn't work.
I mean, that's ultimately what it ends up being.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I
If you're looking for someone to settle down with, you're going to have different priorities than just having fun. This is true.
that's true. I also I get a lot of girls that are really young, like maybe like an 8-year difference. Because I'm actually 30, but I know I don't look like it.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
You fooled
So
me.
they're like, "Oh, you're not 25, you're 30." Then it's a pass. You're like, "Oh man." Like I think a lot of the passes I get are just like little stuff that, in my opinion, aren't that big of a deal, but it is what it is.
Well, Michael Sartori also has this idea of like importing wives from other countries, which I don't think is the worst idea in the world because, frankly, I think a lot of women in the United States have basically been convinced that they do not and should not want to be wives and mothers.
Yeah.
And frankly, so
That's
we have 10 minutes left. I'm going to tell you my final story. I used to work at a call center for dating websites.
Yeah.
And one day,
Man, you've been
this
everywhere.
woman called. What?
So you've been everywhere.
I've worked at pretty much everything. And one day this woman called and she was extremely angry and screaming and like she was on the phone for like 2 hours and she wanted her money back and like I gave her the maximum amount back possible and she's like screaming at me over $150. And she was incredibly irate, like for 2 hours straight, right? And after she got off the phone, I Googled her. And this was like 20 years ago, so most people did not show up on Google. She showed up on Google. She was, frankly, if I were to tell you what her job was, you would be able to find her. Okay? She was a very, very successful woman. Very, very successful woman. And like 2 hours of her pay was probably like 10 times what she was trying. Even 1 hour of what she got paid was probably 10 times what she was screaming at, the amount of money she was screaming at me for. And I realized she's not screaming because of the money. She's screaming because she is this successful woman who has spent her entire life getting to a very, very high position, and she realizes there's nobody she can date. If she wants like a boy toy to like hang on her arm, sure. But like if she wants, first of all, so few men in the world are, women tend to want to marry up, right? Women marry across and up, whereas men will marry across and down, right? And she obviously, like, there are so few men, her age, who are successful enough to be up for her, right? And most of those guys have married a young woman who like is beautiful and whatever, but there was nobody for her to date. And I understood why she was so angry, because she had been sold this lie that and I saw, when I went to law school, I saw this with so many women who became, very successful attorneys, because they were told, oh, if you become like a success at your career, you're going to be happy. And then you see all of them want to have children and drop their jobs. And like even Susan Estridge, I don't know if you know who she was. I took her class. She was the first woman to be the campaign manager of a presidential campaign. She was Michael Dukakis's campaign manager. Very successful attorney. She was a professor at my law school, and I took her gender law class. And basically, she was talking about she was admitting to a lot of these women, look, just because you're going to be a high-powered attorney doesn't mean you're going to be happy, right? And that was something she was kind of admitting as, I guess, a third wave feminist, right? To all these women. And yeah, there are plenty of women in our society who have been convinced, oh, I don't need a husband, I don't need children, all I need is my career. And in 20 years, they're going to be very, very unhappy with that. But what does that do for you as a young man who wants to get married, right?
I'll be okay.
You'll be okay when you invite me to your wedding, which reminds me, Antonio, you're kind of sort of married. I hope one of these days you're gonna actually make an honest woman out of your wife.
Yeah, no, it's coming pretty soon. The ceremony itself will probably be next year at least.
Okay, so you can do the ceremony later, but you should get the legal formalities out of the way.
Yeah, because you definitely have to do it now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, oh, the wedding?
Yeah.
Okay. Like, yeah. Yeah, I guess
No.
I am going to do the wedding. If Chazi doesn't come, or Yosef.
You know what's crazy is that last live stream that Hezi hosted. I didn't catch the whole thing, but the beginning I saw the one rabbi you invited who's never on.
Rabbi Malott? Yeah.
Yeah, he swung by the stream.
Yeah. He's a nice guy, but like, yeah, it's kind of funny. He doesn't know what to do with this whole Noahide thing.
Really?
And
Is he on to Knock
yeah,
Talk?
he is on Tanakh Talk. And
Yeah.
what?
Catchy,
Just
huh?
phrase to knock talk.
Say
Is
that
it-
again?
Just the phrase to knock talk just sounds phonetically silly.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
It's not a dig.
no, I mean, it is kind of funny, but like, yeah, father, Rabbi Malott. I think he was asked by William, who's the guy who runs Tanakh Talk, to come onto there, and he was like, "Oh, okay." The thing is, it's funny. Like Rabbi Malott, he's in a somewhat similar situation as me, in that he knows he's not a posek. He's not like one of those rabbinic decisors who gets to decide this kind of stuff. And I don't know. I mean,
But you guys are the only ones willing to even try, or at least that's what I see anyway.
well, I mean, it's not like rabbinic decisors are on YouTube at all. Like the only person who's actually qualified to be a posek that is on YouTube at all, like other than that's the funny thing is, so Chacham Hillel is a decisor. But his YouTube channel is just videos of him. It's not like he's active on YouTube. Rabbi Breitowitz, he is a rabbinic decisor. He's kind of active on YouTube. But he's only involved with like the actual Jewish community. And then Rabbi Levin, who is like he is Rav More Hora. He's somebody who can actually decide. So he came on my channel, but again, like he has a lot of health problems, and that's the reason why he's on YouTube. Is when he was healthy, he was teaching at one of the top yeshivas in Jerusalem, and like the top rabbis are teaching at the top yeshivas in Jerusalem. They're not on YouTube.
Is that what it's gonna take? Some top rabbi to get sick enough to go on YouTube?
Well, I hope they're all healthy, but like it's
I mean, there was a discussion earlier on your server with the Noahide stuff, and I get it. You know, I understand. There's no formal structure. I don't try to pretend that there is one. You know, I don't disagree with that. But it doesn't change what is in the Bible. And I mean, I wouldn't be surprised personally if a lot of Christians, if they ever came to find Judaism to be true, if a lot of them converted as Jews.
a lot of them do. So this is one of the things that the Noahide movement has. I read this years ago, and somebody said, "Look, a lot of the greatest leaders of the Noahide movement convert to Judaism and become Orthodox Jews, and the ones that don't, their children do."
Oh, is that some warning for my kids?
Well, I mean, look, the life of a Noahide is incredibly difficult. And the question becomes, if you do believe, um, I'd settle for second-rate rabbis. Well, you have second-rate rabbis, so that's what you're stuck with. But the look, it really is a question. Like, when I was talking to Jonathan today, like, if he wants to live a Jewish life, maybe he should want to convert and be a Jew. It's a very, very difficult life as a Noahide right now. And if that's your calling and you're willing to do it, you're shouldering a very, very difficult burden. And that's beautiful if you want to do it, but I don't know. I mean, for me, if I could be a Noahide, I probably would, but that's because I know that with my family, I can't live an Orthodox Jewish life. I can't live the Hasidic life that I would like to live, because that would require that I kind of cut my family off. It really would. I'm not sure that's true of you or any Gentile who wants to convert, whose family is fine with that. I mean, my family was not fine with me living an Orthodox Jewish life. If your family is going to be okay with it, and that's what you want to live as, it's a lot easier to be an Orthodox Jew than to be an Orthodox Jewish Gentile.
So you're gonna be what would you even call it? A Jewish Noahide?
Well, that's what a Noahide is. A Noahide is an Orthodox Jewish Gentile.
Yeah. I don't know.
And
You,
the
Hezi, and Yosef give me a lot of hope. And the more I see Hezi on here, I enjoy that. I also want to see Yosef. I know Yosef's really busy right now.
He's writing his dissertation right now. Yeah. Okay. It's late.
yeah.
It's past midnight. We will have more of this discussion later. Good night, people. I'll
Good
talk
night.
to you later, Antonio.
Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you too.